Hi everyone! Oh, this is a new scene that I'm experimenting with. I don't know if I'm quite ready to use it though, because I should probably put like New Horizons in the corner. Otherwise, I guess I could get trouble in the category. But hi everyone! Let's switch over to this one, because this one has like a little peek of my game. A little like 200 pixel area of my game. Anyway, happy Tuesday! How is everyone? Hey Kappa! Hey Andrew! Hey Cheeseburglar! I'm glad that you could be here too. Hey Pylite! Hey Kelly! Katie! Oh, it's good to see you. Good to see everybody. Hey Susan! Happy to be here and be able to stay for a whole stream until bedtime. Oh, well, no pressure. I know sometimes my streams can be a little bit long, like around 5 hours. So if you can handle 5 hours of me, yeah. Hey, Lalitza. Oh, that's good that your school's going well. Yeah, I've had a decent day today. It's my Friday, and I got some good news as far as like my personal life and my days off and whatnot, so that's good. Sora, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How are you today? Hey, Rhiannon. Oh, I hope you're doing good too. It's good to see you. Yeah, you're right, Susan. We have a double cat cam. Let's see if any of them have no! They're pretty much like just these solitary, unmoving blobs on my bed right now. I got the big gray blob stretched out. Got the little orange ball blob. I shouldn't call them blobs. That's mean of me. And hey, Shy! Kitties stream. Oh, you saw the kitties. You look gorgeous. Love the hair and outfit and makeup. Oh, thank you. Oh, I appreciate it. And hey, Lise. Thank you so much. I'm glad you like it too. How's your day been? Sammy! Oh, it's good to see you all the way from Australia. It's probably like the next day or something over there. The, taking the piss of, Australian time zones never gets old. Sammy's probably so tired of it. Yay for Amy's Friday. Yeah! You know, I don't care when a weekend is, as long as I have a little weekend. And that's actually some of my good news that I mentioned. I finally got the courage to ask off for like 2 days in a row for my days off instead of just like Wednesday and Sunday, how they have been. So I think that'll give me a nicer break. I might have to like learn the endurance of lasting a full 5 days in a row though. I mean, there's pros and cons to any arrangement when it comes to work, but yeah, I'm excited. I think she said that it would be fine. That's good you're doing good, Sora. I'm glad to hear it. Hopefully we can have a cozy stream decorating and casual chit chat and whatnot. This is my island, Fawn Hollow, and it's sort of dystopian and autumnal and overgrown. Salvia, that surprised me so much. Hello, Amy the Swole Queen. Did you see my Instagram story? I like already forgot about that random Instagram story I did. I had one where I was like flexing my muscles or something. It's really funny because you can see my muscles go up a bit, but it is entirely hidden by the flab. But yeah, you can see it like rise. No definition at all. Devon! Wow, 20 months? Devon, it's great to see you. And thank you so much for using your Twitch Prime here. I really, really appreciate that. That's very kind of you, and I can't thank you enough for supporting the stream and for how long you've supported the stream. It's always so lovely to see you. I'd love to hear what you're up to in Animal Crossing too. I know you have had some cool themes in the past. Thanks for the love and hype for Davon. Oh, and hey Peachy, can't stay long, but happy to catch your stream for a little while before bed. Oh, it's good to see you, Peachy. I hope I can have some earlier streams in the future. Today I needed like a little cat nap when I got home from work. It was a literal cat nap because I was napping with these two. They like hog my bed. I have to like squeeze in on the edge and like wrap my legs around them. They own my bed. Don't you just love cats' audacity? My calico blob was headless for a while today while she was half hiding under a blanket. I'll have to share the photo in Discord. Oh, please do. Am I the only one that calls their pets blobs sometimes? Sometimes they just look very blobbish in the way that they plop down. Oh, and hi, Bruce. How are you today? Yeah, it is evening, I guess, but it's starting to get to that point where it's like lighter out later. It doesn't really feel like nighttime, but it's like 7 p.m. Y'all want to see my window really creepily? Don't like Google Maps it, but yeah, look, it's bright. Not that you could Google Maps that, but overestimating my webcam abilities. What am I talking about? Oh my god. Wasted my day away since I didn't have work and it was really nice. Oh yeah, I was watching your stream the other day, Lise. I think your boss is sick or something. I'm glad you get to have some you time, and it can be cozy to waste away the day. I've been doing a little too little productivity lately, so I'm really familiar with that, and I guilt myself heavily for that. I need to find a way to get back in the swing of being productive. I'm hoping that my new days off will help, having 2 like consecutive days to work on stuff. Dude, I felt so self-conscious using the phrase "take the piss" because like I've only read it. I've never said it in my life. It was like uttering a different language, Simi. Why did I say that? But that's an Australianism? Saw you showing off the guns on Insta. Me and my silliness. Oh, what are your fortunes like? Kappa got a giant one, followed by a rotten one from Rhiannon. Susan with a mini. Nothing wrong with a good mini. Oh, Rivendell, hey! Oh, you have 3 blobs on your bed, Rivendell. Wow, 3 blobs. I'm lucky to have 2 blobs. You forgot your quote number, Kappa? I can look it up for you real quick. I think it's one of the recent ones. Your quote 64, Kappa. Gonna Google map the overexposed window. Yeah, webcams are so wonky, like when you want to try to like hold something up, like it just becomes like this bright thing. I find too much time off can send me in a really Joel day state, and I don't like it, but today was really good because my health is being dumb today. Yeah, so it's good to chill. I'm sorry that you're not feeling good. I hope you start to feel some relief soon. Yeah, I have 3 weeks of vacation to use this year, y'all. I haven't used a single bit of it. To be honest, I've been trying to figure out like if I should go somewhere. I've been thinking about like amusement parks, but that feels like a little bit capitalistic. But at the same time, that would probably be a cheaper option, and I love me some roller coasters. But then another part of me is like, well girl, you could go to like some national parks or something cultural or, arts and entertainment themed, but you just want to go and, buy food and ride roller coasters and but yeah, I'm trying to figure it out. If you all have any suggestions for cool places in the US, I'm on the East Coast. Feel free to let me know. I'll probably take some staycation time off too, though. Oh, Amy's storage is like a Mary Poppins bag. Let me start to at least get rid of some of the stuff in my pockets and put it in the Mary Poppins bag. Is there a kitty on the bed? Oh, there's 2 kitties on the bed. They're not being very exciting though. These are like those zoo cams where they're just unmoving blobs is the word of the day that we're referring to them as. They're not very exciting. You might have to tap the glass a little bit. Yeah, we have 2 kitties. Salvia found a way to pique their attention. I know at least Dusty, I think, will get piqued by just the mere touch of a plastic bag. So let's get that started. Thank you, Salvia. You're gonna write down your quote number, Kappa? That's funny. I was on the Treasure Island hustle recently, working on making an island inspired by the coastal towns near you. Oh, that sounds amazing, Davon. Stuff like that is so cozy. IRL inspo and urban inspo that feels like close to home. I don't know. I have trouble putting into words, but I've been seeing lots of cool like suburban core and urban core lately. Take a vacation to Canada. I have some Canadian friends that might like it. I have always wanted to see the Northern Lights, but I feel like I can't really schedule that. Come visit you? Aw. Lise lives at the beach. It's actually a beach I went to all the time when I was little. I don't want to like dox you or anything though and say the beach. I'm overly cautious. Meowing sound alert win. Oh, that's a good idea. I'm not very good with tech and stuff. It always takes me forever to learn how to do things like that. But without further ado, I love Dusty's reaction. She just immediately knows what's up, and Pumpkin's like, I don't know, she's passed out. Pumpkin's lights out, but Dusty knows what's up. She's so funny. Hey, baby. Aw, Pumpkin found him. Look at your baby. Baby. Aw, I think they're both close to done. Thank you for the treat, Salvia. do what makes you happy, even if it's getting on death traps. Oh, you're not a fan of roller coasters, Shy? Yeah, I am a bit of a risk taker in that way. I'll even go on carnival rides. I think those are even scarier than roller coasters, technically. You know, the fair rides that they assemble in like an hour. One of my favorite cities on the East Coast is Charleston. I haven't ever been there, Kelly, but I've heard that it's like a sort of city cultural place to visit. I don't really know what the attractions are though, or why it's like a special place to visit. Yeah, someplace in my own state that's kind of considered a cool place is Asheville, but that's kind of like an autumnal place to visit. Like it's sort of in the mountains. Oh, Pumpkin, I think she's all done. Oh. Thank you again for the treat, Salvia. I dox myself all the time. Yeah, I'm so like mixed about it. Like sometimes I'm secretive and sometimes I'm just like, I live here. Just depends on which stream you're in. Are we talking about vacations? Yeah, I have 3 weeks of vacation time, and since the pandemic and the restrictions are sort of winding down stats-wise, thought maybe I could try going somewhere, but I'm still kind of deciding where. Do y'all have any ideas or places that you want to go? I'll probably switch over here now so I can see what I'm doing in the game. Oh, you're headed to Asheville for spring break? Wow, you said that I think before I said it. I don't know a whole lot about Asheville, but I know that they have like a big arts and entertainment focus, and they're kind of near the mountains, so people talk a bit more country over there, and it's pretty to go to in autumn because of all the leaves and stuff. What if we had toe beans and cats had human feet? Oh. I think we like wouldn't be humans anymore. At least, are you aware of the whole like culture around like our hands and stuff when it comes to like how we are able to like be the supreme beings we are? Like it's like because we can do stuff like pick up things and make tools. I mean, that's pretty much what makes us smart. I think if we had toe beans, we'd be like chilling out in trees and munching down on bananas and stuff. I don't know. Good old primates. We're not cute enough to have the beans. Yeah, I agree. Cats are cuter than humans. Hi Fredito, welcome in. How are you today? Happy Tuesday to you. I'm thinking I might play around a little with fine-tuning this overlook and also fine-tuning the lead up to the overlook. We've got ourselves like a fake bank right here, overgrown, and it was a lot of people's idea that there should be a fountain over by the fake bank. So we've got our little fountain, and I guess I gotta add some details to it, but maybe if we knock this out, we can move on to some other areas and knock some other things out. But yeah, wish me all your best furniture arranging luck. I'm such a wuss when it comes to park rides. I won't go on them anymore. Did something happen to change your opinion, Katie? Or, you know, just have a little bit more self-preservation as you're getting older? Maybe I lack a bit of a self-preservation instinct. Let me tell you, I have a really good self-preservation instinct when it comes to gymnastics though. Like my body will not let me do a cartwheel, a roll. I mean, my body just says no. Too risky. We're gonna stay on the ground. So it's like I'll ride roller coasters, but I won't do like a backwards roll or something. Is that your cat? Yeah, brownies. Should we check on them? Oh, they're back asleep. Except Dusty. Dusty's actually awake. Let me know if y'all want me to point it at Dusty. It's kind of awkward because there's two of them. I don't know like which one to point it at. Do you have any recommendations about Asheville, Katie, since you've been there? Your cats are so cute. Oh, thank you, Brownie. Their names are Dusty and Pumpkin. I love them lots. Shivy never lets me let down. That one time I asked Google about the weather on stream, and he doxed me, zip code and all. Yeah, I know some people that have done it pretty bad, like, moving papers and whatnot. I don't know. It's definitely a thing when it comes to streaming culture, doxing yourself. I went for a concert though, so other than like the Waffle House near the hotel I stayed at, I have no recs. Oh, okay. See, arts and entertainment. It makes sense that you went there for a concert, knowing what it's famous for. Sorry, I'm trying to get organized here. I guess I need to have my storage unit placed somewhere so I can access it. Where did it go? Oh, Magic 8 Ball. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Blue Ridge is nice. Oh, isn't Blue Ridge like a road or like a mountain range or something? Another like famous autumnal place. Are you wanting to visit a big city, somewhere smaller, a beach, or somewhere outdoorsy? Katie, I guess that's the thing. I'm having trouble narrowing it down. I'm pretty sure I don't want to go to a beach though. I'm not a big beach person. And I have been to some outdoorsy places in my life. I guess Yosemite would be really sweet. That might be expensive though. It's also probably the most like cliche nature place to visit, but yeah, I guess I'm open to either an amusement park or some sort of alternative like sightseeing, cultural, other forms of entertainment type vacation. Trying to keep an open mind. Gotta live a little, you know. Hey Bruschetta! It's good to see you. Bruschetta got a raise today. Let's get some hype for Bruschetta and that raise. Gonna embarrass you on stream. No, just kidding. Opposable thumbs. I don't get why it's just the thumbs. I mean, oh, could you not really pick up something well with just your fingers? I don't know. I think for me it's a combo of self-preservation and when I get dizzy, like if I went on a tilt-a-whirl, I really feel it in my head and it starts hurting a lot. Yeah, I think that's a sign of getting old, Katie. It happened to my brothers too. They can't really go on the roller coasters anymore. I'm like waiting for the day it happens to me. 'Cause I'm getting up there too. Sort of, I don't know. Age is a weird thing, it's all relative. I think you would like Washington, D.C. a lot for the museums and gardens. Oh, that's really interesting. I've been there, but I was really young. And I do remember going to some beautiful gardens. I think some of them were like indoor gardens too that you could wander around in. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, that brought back some memories and kind of unlocked a memory for me that I'd almost completely forgotten about. DC would be gorgeous. It's a shame you couldn't go like right now because then you can see the cherry blossoms. Or come here and see the ones we have here. Oh. Force fan meetup. I guess that's another thing I could do too, is go to like a convention or something. I know some people are excited for conventions opening back up. And welcome in, Fredito. How's it going? Are you a big Animal Crossing fan too? I think for... Oh, sorry, I already read that. You can make your way up to NYC for more Fawn Hollow inspo. Yeah, I've never been to a super big city like that. Do y'all think that that would make a cool vacation, or would that be like a little bit weird to go to some place like Yeah, I think New York would be pretty cool actually. Maybe I'll keep that in mind. New York has more than just like the city sites. It's also got like these cool abandoned sites with my abandoned core obsession for this island. Like I've actually researched some cool like abandoned places in NYC. There's like this abandoned smallpox hospital. There's abandoned subway stations. Anyway, there's some cool stuff. I don't know why I say it like NYC like a weirdo, I guess. But y'all know what I mean. I'm gonna have to wander downtown here. I'm 5 minutes away, so not a huge ordeal, and go walk across the IRL Zen Bridge and check out the cherry blossom trees. Aw, we get some like pink flowered trees around here in the springtime too. I don't really know if they're cherry blossoms though. I don't know a whole lot about plants. My A Forest Life name is a misnomer. I'm not a plant expert, but yeah, we get some blossoms around here. It's definitely pollen season for anyone who has allergies. So hyped about the raise. I feel like I worked hard and waited a long time for this, and I'm really relieved because I didn't want to have to look out for another job. Oh, that's a great feeling. I'm so happy and proud of you, and it's great to not have to look for another job. Hey, Dale! Ooh, you and the Hubs are gonna play Elden Ring? I hope you have a good time. That sounds like the best scenario for playing a game like that. That's kind of difficult to have like a buddy to share frustrations with or bounce ideas off of for how to get to different areas in Elden Ring. I know from watching a bit of gameplay, sometimes you just have to like figure out how to get in somewhere. Like there's some place you have to like get to and you don't know how to get to it. But yeah, I'm just sort of browsing my storage for things that I could use for this little bit of area. I'm sure more things will come to me like as I actually start decorating, but that's what I'm starting off doing. Beautiful indoor gardens, historical and art museums. Oh, I love museums. I feel like I've been to mostly art museums in recent history. I wouldn't mind going to some other types of museums, like, I don't know, educational ones or astronomy ones. Ones that aren't kid museums. I've been to a lot of those lately too because of my nephews. I don't want to see another like fire truck toy thing for the rest of my life. Kid museum hater. A Forest Life con. Forest fam meetup. I don't know if it would ever happen, but it's a really cute idea. Love New York City. Think it would be an awesome trip. Yeah, I think I've mentally jotted that down. I wonder how expensive it would be. I mean, I'm on the East Coast, so I'm actually the same time zone as New York. I like to tell people sometimes if they live in a different country that I have the same time zone as New York City. So maybe it's reachable. Yeah, and there is some beautiful like countrysides in New York too. Like it's more than just the city in New York. Same with like Paris. I mean, I'm a little regretful. I did go to Paris when I was young, and we only stayed in the city, but there's like beautiful French countrysides and things to see outside of Paris. Been to Washington, D.C., Salvia, had the best ramen. Oh, really? I think on one of those trips I went to when I was younger, I had like pad thai with like peanut butter sauce, and I hated it, and it was just this memory seared into my head that I guess I really don't like that particular food. New York City is the best city. You'd also be close to Niagara Falls and go into the pretty nature areas. Oh, cool. Yeah, I've never been to Niagara Falls or New York City. I mean, there's other big cities too, like California. That might be a little too far away though. Maybe I should think about like how I place things first before I start putting patterns underneath everything. I don't know. I think you can get ahead of yourself sometimes with putting patterns down when you don't even know what you're going to put on top of it yet. But what do I know? It's not like I have 1,000+ hours in this. I feel like a fake New Yorker not knowing about all the sites. You're a New Yorker? That's so cool. No, you shouldn't feel guilty. It's such a big city. Can't know everything. You recommend going to New York, Simi? That's interesting. Have you been there? My allergies are going nuts right now. I feel like mine haven't. I don't know. When I was younger, I had really bad fall allergies, but in recent years, they haven't been acting up. Like, did my allergies go away? Or, I don't know. It got so bad when I was in high school. People always made jokes that I was high or something. It's like, stop being such a hater. I just have allergies. But yeah, can allergies like go away over time? Plant posers of the forest unite. Yeah, Shy and I coined the plant posers the last stream. I really love it because I feel like it's such a real thing. Like, there's those of us who actually do like care for plants and like know about plants, and then there's people like us that just have fake plants everywhere. Look at all my fake plants. Shy and I are plant posers. I'm trying to figure out, like, I need this to have a sapling on it for the sake of keeping this tree teenager, but I can see the line of the pattern and it bothers me, so I really wanted to cover it somehow. I don't know if the game will let me, though. Maybe I'll try... Oh, it's possible a wheat field could do something. You'd love the MET Natural History Museum. Ooh, is that like a really famous one in New York? Didn't they used to film like movies in some of those famous museums? Do y'all remember that movie about like Night at the Museum? I feel like my brain just blocks out like these crap movies like that. Like I barely remember anything except it exists. Man, this spot really is just gonna torture me. Maybe I just have to live with it. I mean, there's no way I can like resolve this situation because there's a sapling there. I wonder if I put something tall like in the foreground, maybe it would sort of block that from certain angles. Like maybe throw another decayed tree around here, and the height of it could maybe block this out a bit. Oh, Central Park! Dude, I kind of want to do like a overgrown Central Park in this island, or at least try it. And then if it doesn't end up like looking or working out, then I could do something else instead. A giant vine has possibilities. That would definitely be tall enough to kind of like solve my issue. Yeah, like I guess from this angle it helps block out the line. Do y'all like the giant vine right there? Or is it a little bit weird? Maybe I should do a different color. I'm not sure if that like green color is a vibe. Yeah, maybe I should go for a different color. I usually sit in the background while your hubby plays and watch. Oh, that's valid. It is a fun game to watch. It's got such beautiful sights and such interesting world building. They really did a great job on the game. That's your hobby too, is watching Elden Ring? Oh, really, Bruschetta? I didn't know you were into that. They have the Air and Space Museum in DC. Oh yeah, I think I might have gone there when I was little. Some of the stuff is like that I went to in DC. It was so long ago. I don't really remember it super well. I think some people have good memories for trips that they've been on, and I don't know, that was like too distant of a memory for me. I was in middle school, so yeah, I guess those memories have faded. You don't need to be good at those kind of harder games to get the story. Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm not good at hard games. Go to many of the NASA space centers. Ooh, I've been to the Houston Space Center. Um, do you think that there's another cool like space center in addition to the Houston one? Like, is the one in Florida, like Cape Canaveral, is that one kind of cool? Let me look for my giant vine situation. I'm gonna try like pretty much every color of giant vine and see which one looks the best in that spot. If I can find it. Kennedy Space Center is awesome. Oh, I love space. Oh, did I offend you with me not liking pad thai? Shy, I'm just a simpleton. I like pizza and Mexican. I'm a simple soul when it comes to food. Got to see Max Q perform, and it's a band made up of all past astronauts. Oh my god, really? What is their music like? That's so cool. Do they like sing about space and stuff? Jeez, I gotta look this up. I hope allergies go away. I die early every spring. Oh, yeah, I think summertime is gonna be here before we know it. I mean, even just 2022 in general. I can't believe it's already like the end of March right now. I kind of want to plant some bushes in front of my house since it's the first house I've ever lived in by myself. But I have a black thumb and know nothing about gardening. You could look for like easy plants to care for. I know that's something that people like plant posers like me and Shy like to ask sometimes. What are some plants that I could handle? So you could look into those things. I've always wanted hydrangeas. I don't really have a personal yard that I can decorate, but I would definitely have hydrangeas. So you could get some hydrangeas for me, Katie. I don't know how easy those are to care for. I feel like sometimes you just like plant stuff and cross your fingers, man. Like, what else can you do? You just plant the seeds, and I swear one time I planted seeds of like these tulips, and like something sprouted. Like there was like this green stuff that came out of the ground where I planted them, but no tulips showed up ever. So it was like, okay, I guess the tulips didn't make it, but I mean, something manifested there. It tried. Didn't quite make it, but it tried. Alright, so there's our giant vine of the green variety. That might not be a bad color, because I think this is like the light green one, or I don't know, is this the same? I can't tell. Let me try some of the other ones in my pockets. Oh, you just picked up a neglected plant at Walmart today, Dale? We got some cypress plants at Costco right now. It's pretty hype. My favorite, all-time favorite plant in Animal Crossing. Just chilling out in the vestibule where all the shopping carts are. Took a gander at them this morning when I was trying to get a flatbed. And I was like, oh look, we got some cypress plants. I don't live directly in New York City, but I grew up half an hour away, spent a lot of time there, so I feel like I should know more. Oh, don't feel guilty. I don't know much about my state. This shouldn't be an obligation for you, Susan. I'm from North Carolina, and like in school we always like had to memorize like all the counties and like learn about the governors. It was the most boring class ever, like North Carolina history. Don't recommend it. I have retained zero information from those classes. Do y'all like the light green? having trouble. I think maybe brown could be a possibility too. There is a lot of green going on in this area. Oh no, pumpkin left. We've still got Dusty though. I should update the cat cam soon so it's pointed at Dusty. I've been slowly tackling Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Yeah, I've heard lots about Kirby, that it's a really good game. Is there some lore with Kirby and the Forgotten Land? Because it's a very mystical setting. It's sort of a urban core, abandoned core like my island is. So I wonder if there's some sort of lore for why it got that way. I'm the same way. I went to DC twice back when I was a very small kid. Even got to tour the White House, but I don't remember it. Yeah. It was a lifetime ago because you're old. Well, what's interesting is I remember my Paris trip in high school pretty well. I remember lots of details of that. But for some reason, the DC trip when I was in like 7th grade or something, I have like no memory of. Like, why is that a cutoff point? Like, from middle school to high school, they're only a few years apart. I don't know, it's just weird to me. Ooh, I think maybe the brown one is doing it for me. And I could put some other green things around it to just help bring in that green atmosphere, but I think the brown one is doing it for me. When we went to DC in 2019, or was it 2018? What is time? They were adding on or updating the Air and Space Museum. Ooh. I wonder what's at it. I'm pretty sure I went there. I think it had like models of airplanes up on the roof or something. That's like my one memory. Never been to Cape Canaveral, but I know that's where they usually launch the astronauts from. Yeah, it's because the weather's usually pretty good. In fact, I do find it very sad. Maybe I shouldn't bring it up as like a mood dropper, but the day of the Challenger explosion, I think it was like an unusually cold day in Florida, but most of the time, that's why it's good to launch rockets from there. Maybe you didn't have good pad thai. I think it was like an airport restaurant. Y'all know those airport restaurants? Sometimes they're good though. I had some really good Mexican food once at a airport restaurant. But yeah, it was one of those, so probably not the best. I lived in Florida when I was little and my dad worked in the aerospace field, so I got to go to so many shuttle launches. Oh, that's so cool. Was it just like same old business for you, Katie? Are there any like special ones that you remember? Max Q mostly does covers, but they played the Shrek song. I have to check it out. Oh my god. All for saving the trees, but keep your pollen to yourself. Yeah, why are humans so like susceptible to pollen? I don't know. Like I've tried to like read articles about it. Like why does this upset us so much? Like it's like harmless, but allergies are basically just your immune system going, "Oh, something's up. Something's wrong with this. I got to protect the body." And so like I just don't know what's so offensive about pollen. It's so weird. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. Well, dang, I mean, I like this a lot so far. I guess I gotta figure out what to do next. Gotta figure out what goes over here. Oh yeah, aren't I missing some stuff? Yeah, I need to put the panels back and everything. Fun fact, there are so many Thai restaurants in the US because Thailand has a government program to assist Thai citizens who open up restaurants in foreign countries. Culinary diplomacy. Oh, I didn't know that. Thanks for the interesting fact, Bruschetta. Hey, Danny. How are you today, Danny? It's good to see you. What are you up to today? Hydrangeas are so beautiful. That's what I got my grandma for her birthday. Oh, I'm glad you think so. I've always had such a fondness for them. I think my fondness for them even predates Animal Crossing, and I was really glad when they were added to New Leaf. I think they're even more beautiful in real life than they are in New Leaf, though, and then at New Horizons. I don't know, something about the spontaneity of the arrangement of the blooms, whereas in Animal Crossing, they're always on the same part of the bush, like a pattern over and over. But I still like that they're in Animal Crossing. All this talk of plants, I was actually looking earlier for plants that require no maintenance. I settled on a Calabroca. Dang, Katie, gonna know more about plants than than the rest of us plant posers soon. I've never heard of that in my life. If it's not an Animal Crossing plant, I don't know it. I can name some Animal Crossing plants. Snake plant, cocoa plant. Okay, I thought I could, but I'm under pressure right now. Give me like a multiple choice quiz and I can name them. Oh, thanks for the love about the brown vine. And hey, GPV. Welcome in, your Fawn Hollow friends. That's really sweet. And hey, Lee. Oh, it's good to see you. How have you been, Lee? We're talking about like places we'd like to go in the US and whatnot. Sorry to any like across the pond peeps. Did I really just say the word peeps? Y'all didn't hear that. It's because Easter's approaching. It was like subliminal messaging in my brain that I said peeps. Went to DC in 2019 and the Air and Space Museum was still under construction. Y'all are gonna make me emo talking about like 2019 and stuff. Like, I don't know. It feels like the last few years have just been really a trip, other than Animal Crossing saving the day and stuff. Simpler times. Last year I went to a different space museum, this one in Huntsville, Alabama, where they developed the technology for the rockets. Oh, I think I've heard of that. Aren't those the 3 big headquarters in the US? Is the one in Florida, the one in Texas, and then the one in Alabama, I think? Am I missing any? Oh, thank you, Tabe. Yeah, I like the brown vine too. It kind of coordinates with some of the darker items in the build. Oh, did we like forget about the shell fountain? Okay, well, maybe I like forgot about it. Let's see what it looks like next to the vine. You're doing good, Danny. Finally working on your mushy Swamp Island. Aw, I support that. Swamp Island, that's such a cool theme. Good luck with it. I think I'm almost developing too much brown. Like, I don't know if this changes y'all's opinion on the brown vine, but like, you know, there's like a lot of brown going on with this spot now. Do you think it's too much, or that I can just add some things around? Curry might be my favorite Thai food. I feel like I really offended you all with my not liking the pad Thai. I mean, I kind of like, I think I had a very visceral reaction to it. I think I had to like, I couldn't keep it down. Like, it was that bad. I mean, the fact that it's echoed through all these years as this memory I had. I don't know. And then there's the potatoes thing. I just can't make y'all happy with my food decisions. Y'all better like pizza though. Pizza rules all. Thank you so much for that follow. Welcome in. Is this a space I can put an item on? Probably not. That's probably a half space. Ooh, but I can move the fountain up. Okay. Alright, we're talking. This always makes me think of Bunny Day. Is this the Bunny Day music? I feel like it is. It kind of triggers me a little bit. Is it not the bunny day? I don't know. Let's look it up. Get in the Easter spirit. Bunny day music. It's probably not. It's like really similar. That's interesting that I associated the two. It's like really similar to each other, I think. Has the same vibes, same tempo. Oh god, I hate this. Easter is like the worst holiday in Animal Crossing, isn't it? If it's not an Animal Crossing plant, I don't know. It should be a quote. Oh, thank you, Susan. I never think to save quotes that I say. Maybe I'll jot that down. Thank you, Susan. Plants that require zero maintenance. One time I was reading from a plant nerd that even said that like succulents require maintenance or something, and succulents are actually hard to take care of, and I was like, what? I know nothing about anything. I'm a fake plant fan. Alright, well, we can't just put triangular topiaries everywhere. It's not a vibe. It doesn't look good. I gotta think of some other stuff to do. Maybe some tall wheat in front of the fountain. Allergies are an autoimmune issue, so you're right. And high levels of histamine can cause more than just congestions and sneezing. A lot of time, allergies are what is actually what causes depression and anxiety. It also causes extreme fatigue and what we call brain fog. So a lot of people are being misdiagnosed when it's actually allergies. That's so fascinating. Someone was telling me that recently, and I didn't really necessarily believe it because it was the first I heard about it, but yeah, now that I'm hearing that from you too, like apparently if you don't keep your allergies in check, it can trigger depression. I find that really a fascinating topic about things that can contribute to depression and poor mental health that aren't just, you know, the typical things we joke about like serotonin and brain chemistry. I feel like I was negatively affected by like low vitamin D in the wintertime. And I had to be like medically treated for it. Anyway, there's just like lots of things. Our body is very interconnected, things that can affect your mental health. I didn't really like the weed item either. I guess, you know, I'm looking for the perfect thing in front of the fountain to make it look like overgrown. Alright, I've had enough of the Bunny Day music. It's enough. Okay, I'm just gonna look real quick over at this picture I have of various items that can go places. The problem is I'm so obsessed with hiding the pots of plants, and I won't really be able to hide this plant pot. Sorry, my nose is itching me. Like, I guess we could try some rocks. I was hoping more for plants though, but there's that like pot hiding problem. You've been working on your island, Lee, and it might be ready for a tour? Oh, that's exciting. I'm awaiting some tours from the Forest fam, honestly. I feel like a lot of you have been working on your islands and stuff. Salvia, do not say peeps. Bannable offense in my chat. No, just kidding. Oh, and hi, Lemons. Welcome in. How are you today, Lemons? How is the NCAA basketball lately? Is it over? Is it still going on? Ladnook, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You're having pizza right now to celebrate your raise, bruschetta? That's what I like to hear. I had pizza over the weekend. It was delicious. I think I talked about it the last time I streamed. It was like this jalapeno poppers pizza. It was amazing. I'm sorry, Shy. Do I offend you with the potato hate too? Like, do I just double offend you with my food opinions? This area is starting to be really trippy. I feel like I place an item and it just hovers in the ether for a few seconds and then just like materializes suddenly in a single frame. Just like poofs into existence. I don't know. I guess I'm getting too item happy. I wish the Switch was a little bit more powerful to like handle this stuff. I don't know. It kind of stinks that you can't have a little fun with some cluttercore without your island freaking out on you. The Anthurium plant actually isn't as bad as I thought. It does bug me a little that you can see the pot. So I'm trying to think of other solutions. I guess I could see if I can plant a real flower there. I just don't know if that's like a half space or, you know how the grid is in Animal Crossing. I'm allergic to every native plant in the South, so I feel your pain. You should talk to your doctor about it. Oh, love you all helping each other out. Drewby! Oh, 21 months. Much love to you. Hope stream has been good. Oh, thank you so much. That's so sweet of you, Drewby. Thanks for all your support since the very beginning of New Horizons. And thanks for the hype and love. Oh, and hi, H-Bizzle. Thank you so much, Drewby, for everything, and I hope you're doing really, really well. Let's get some love for one of our sweet mods and a longtime member of the Force fam. I think what I was gonna do, I was gonna try to figure out if this is a half space or not. Oh, hell yes. Okay, that means we can do a bush. It means we can do a flower. That really just saved us just now. Okay, now I gotta figure out what plant to plant there though. I wonder if I could go for like a red lily just to bring out even more like reds into this whole thing. Yeah, I'm really liking the red lily repetition. If you see all the red lilies like peppered around, I don't know, I really like it. So I'm gonna get a red lily, I think. Some restaurants have really dodgy pad thai. Yeah, I mean, it was an airport restaurant, Katie. Peanut butter sauce. How can you all support peanut butter sauce? Pizza reminds me of being in university and going to all sorts of boring presentations so I could score a free pizza and eat. It doesn't really sound like a positive association, Salvia. Pizza just reminds me of my life in general. I've loved pizza as like my favorite food my entire life. Like, you know, in elementary school when they tell you to describe yourself, that was always like one of my traits. I would tell people about myself. I love pizza. Like, I think it's funny. What sort of things did you all do when you were little kids? Like, because I feel like you almost develop a formula when you're little, the things that you talk about, like the little statements you say about yourself. Me, it was like, I like basketball. I was very proud of my basketball skills. I started when I was pretty young. Pizza, basketball, and art. Anyway, those are the things I would just like list things that I liked. Pizza, but with one stipulation: it can't be reheated. Once I order it from the pizza place, I have to finish it in one sitting. That's so silly. Pizza is just fine reheatedly. You're totally wrong. It's my turn to get like antsy about food opinions. Since you all always give that to me. I'm just gonna love that red lily, but I have to wait for it to grow, unfortunately. But I'm surprised with how easy this has been. I mean, we're really like popping off some progress here. Despise zipper. We might have a zipper emote coming. Do y'all want to see it? I think those of you that are tuned into the Force fan chat on Discord might have already seen it, but I think it would be fun to show everyone a little sneak preview of the zipper emote. It was sort of inspired by the evil emotes that I know are a genre on Twitch. And I was like, Zipper's the epitome of evil. So I don't know. I hope that gets across. It was supposed to be like a type of emote. I hope it works. I think his like big cheeks might kind of like obscure the emotion a little bit, but yeah, he's going like this. Yeah, those are some of the ones Panda is working on. Sorry if I'm behind on chat. I enjoy cozily responding to everything and catching up. Oh, you like Zipper, Salvia? So you might not support the new emote. I'm thinking about just skipping Bunny Day and visiting Treasure Islands. I support that. I think we've had enough Bunny Day. 2020 Bunny Day will live on in infamy forever. Oh, Bruschetta, I'm sorry to hear that update about your cat. I have been, like, you know, following what you've shared about your cat. It's been really hard for you. Honestly, like, yeah, make whatever decision you feel like is best for you two and your cat, and all my love. I know that's probably really hard, Bruschetta. I wouldn't hesitate though, like if you can get your allergies figured out and you want that cat, I mean, I don't know, you did pick out the kitty and you were so dedicated to her, so I don't know. You could try to, you know, stand up for what you want if you feel like that might be best. Look out for yourself too. I must be allergic to air because I'm always tired. I feel that. Brain fog is something that I feel like I experience sometimes, but it can also be other things like not getting enough sleep, or I don't know, it could be like neurodivergency, like with my ADHD and not being able to focus, stuff like that. Ooh, okay, I like the tree right there, I think. I think that's a nice little tree. Lovely golden color. Should I experiment though? Because maybe there's another good tree nearby. And by that I mean like maybe a red tree. I guess we could always do more than one tree. Histamine can have a really damaging effect on the body. Interesting. It upsets me that more doctors don't talk about the damaging effects of histamine. Yeah, the only reason I know about histamine at all, Dale, is because I know that the allergy medications are called antihistamine, but otherwise, I mean, I know nothing about it. Didn't learn about it in health class in school. To be fair, I didn't really study health in a beyond like health class sort of way where they're just like, don't smoke. Like, that's like all they say over and over. Health class in high school in the US is really something, man. It's I feel like we all have stories about that. What about a grass standee customized to a color? Ah, that's a good idea. I always forget about the standees. And hi, H. Bizzle. Hope you're enjoying your town. H. Bizzle had to say goodbye to a beloved neighbor recently. Final Four for the NCAA tournament is this Saturday, and UNC is playing Duke? Seriously? Sorry, this means something to me because those are both like local teams for me, and I grew up with my brothers like loving UNC, and they both went there. Anyway, that's a big deal for the Blue Devils and the Tar Heels. Oh my goodness. Quite the rivals. Hi, Life Parkour. Welcome in. Oh, thanks for asking. I'm doing pretty well today. Feeling cheerful and creative and happy to be working on my island. How are you? Oh, thank you, Bruschetta. I'm glad my food opinions don't offend you. You're shook that I don't like delicious things. Yeah, I'm kind of picky, honestly. Some more things I don't like. I don't like fish. I refuse to eat any fish at all. Um, I don't know. I don't eat. Did I just plant the same tree twice? Dang it. I didn't mean to do that. I guess I just really like this spot for a tree, but it just keeps coming out the same color as this other one. You're nomming some dinner, H. Bizzle? Oh, I hope it's a good dinner. Oh, Lee redeemed an island tour. That'll be fun. I'll catch up on chat a little bit and go and head to my bed. I really want a red tree. Can we manifest a red tree? Can y'all help me make this happen? Oh, and thanks for going ahead and dropping your dream address, Lee. I'll jot down your info. Oh, and hi, Caitlin. How are you? Welcome in. Been hacking away at Happy Home Paradise so that I can customize my homes on my island. So close to being done. Ooh, good luck on that Happy Home Paradise grind, Dale. I really sympathize with that. I struggle with that. It's so rough. I'm like at a standstill on my own Happy Home Paradise grind. Will a red tree not manifest? Come on. Okay, we're gonna try right here. I feel like I had no identity as a kid and I still struggle with that. Really, Bruschetta? Aw. You should definitely move on from any sort of insecurity like that. Kids are silly. Bruschetta, don't use the word peeps here. When you were a kid, you said you were a vampire or witch, Lolita. That's so cute. Very creative. Alright. Red trees hate me right now. I guess I could do like a cedar or something. Do y'all think maybe a cedar would be cool? I only have one cedar right here. Maybe I should do another cedar. Since the red tree like won't happen for me. Why is that zipper emote flirting with me? I feel you. There's something like a little bit like, I don't know. You're right. It's like flirting in a very kind of raunchy way. It's definitely an evil emote. Oh, and I'm glad you all like the new emotes coming. I'm excited for them too. I think I need like a refresher and an update, and I still need to fill out some of my slots. Like I think I have some new slots for like tier 2 and tier 3, things like that. I need to get some animated ones. Went to the dermatologist today for my hair and took a nap, and they drew blood and it made me sleepy. Oh. Go and get some rest if you need to, GPV. It's really hard when you're sleepy for like a medical reason. Allergic to work. Me too, H. Bizzle. I wish I didn't have to work. I've like actually contemplated this. Like, could I just like live off the land somewhere? Probably not. Miss, I know nothing about plants wanting to like live off the land. I'm sure I could stream in that fashion too. Health class in high school is always a joke. Yeah, mine just like said no, don't smoke over and over. That was pretty much like the lesson. Yes, exactly, Fudge Monkey, exactly. Got a little creepy on that front, honestly. Oh, H. Bizzle has a Weber in boxes if anyone wants a cute duck. Cross your fingers for me that this cedar tree vibes. UNC and Duke have never met in the NCAA tournament. Interestingly enough, this is Coach K's final season. Yeah, I remember hearing that. Oh man, part of me, just because I know that that would be so special for Coach K once Duke to win, but then I feel like a traitor because of my family being UNC fans. Well, I don't really like that cedar tree actually. I really just want a red tree there, and it hurts my heart that it won't work for me. It's like actually really sad. Maybe I'll just put like other red plants instead, since clearly I want red there and the game won't let me have it. So, yeah, maybe I'll try like a flower stand or like a holly. We'll try some things. Do the colors of trees in fall depend on the spot? Yeah, exactly. They all have like assigned spots. They do change over time though. Like it's like pretty much a selected color for a spot within a certain day. I don't know if that makes any sense, but basically, like if I time travel a few days from now, some of these trees might be different colors just for the sheer fact that autumn is progressing and becoming more red and all that. So yeah, maybe I could try some smaller foliage rather than a tree. I really liked the idea of the tree, but we'll have to deal. How about a holly? I wish the autumn tree colors at least followed some kind of pattern. Yeah, that would be really hard to figure out. Did you all know that this same rule is true for like Wild World too? Like Wild World, I did pay attention to that in Suncombe a little. I hope you all are just like wowed by my next level like Animal Crossing skills and knowledge and dedication to the cause, even in like this 2005 game. But yeah, every spot has like a certain tree color in Wild World 2. Like you can plant the same tree over and over and be like, oh, please come out red, come out this color, because I need it for this tree garden thing I'm doing, and it'll come out the same color every time because that's how it works. So it's kind of interesting that that's like a mechanic that's stayed in Animal Crossing for a little while. Like they've been keeping that going for some time. I don't really know how it worked in New Leaf though. I think in New Leaf all the trees tended to be like the same color. Like I feel like all the oak trees in New Leaf were the same color and all the fruit trees were. Alright, well maybe I can support the holly. That might actually be cute. What about a potato emote? So y'all can like torture me with it. There's actually already like a potato emoji, so I feel like you can use that in my Twitch chat if you want. I can paste it if you want. I don't know. Do y'all think it's a good emoji? Kind of looks like a peanut or something. Not the best emoji in the world. Okay, I guess I gotta think. What else I want around there. I know I want the holly. So we could try like a hedge. Oh, Jess, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I was definitely trying to be like a little steal yo girl today. Like wanted to look like a little, I don't know. Y'all know that vibe? I'm not gonna say those words again though. Okay. I can't pretend to say like cool phrases in a cool way. I'm just like a big dork. Ah, you know what this is calling for? This is calling for either a cypress plant or a Schefflera. So interesting about the tree spot. Yeah, I feel like I ramble about it a lot in Fawn Hollow. I'm like, please give me the color I want. Oh no, you can see the plant pot. Damn it. Why does everything hate me? What about a potato with a line crossed through it? Well, honestly, if y'all really want it, I mean, I guess it comes up enough in conversation. I could talk about it. Maybe it can be a potato with like a red cross. Just to like make you all mad, the emote has to pass my standards and my own taste, so it would have a like a potato crossed out. It'd definitely be like a conversation starter and maybe an introduction to the lore of the channel for anyone who drops by. Must know what, right off the bat my opinion of potatoes, you know? I actually have a similar, like, I think emotes like that can be cute. The Cypress is definitely sort of like that. And the harp one, that is a very vintage meme on this channel. In fact, I think that goes back to like 2020 on my first island. There's like literally a harp every 2 spaces on my first island. So, I mean, I was obsessed. I thought we needed a harp emote, but what can I say? I switched themes and I'm not all about the harps anymore. So, yeah, maybe I could replace that harp one with something else more fitting, as cute as that one is. I guess we could also get like urban core up in here, like put a street light or something. I mean, this is supposed to be like kind of the remnants, like a very overgrown urban area. Like it's not like even trying to be urban anymore, really. It's just like completely Last of Us-ified, like green, overgrown everywhere. But I mean, there's supposed to be remnants of what used to be like an urban spot. So maybe that would be creative, have like a street light over there. I don't know. Y'all like the street light or no? I'm like very mixed on the street light. Don't know how I feel about it. I guess it could be cool. I mean, it's definitely tall. It like looms over that column. I don't know, that's kind of interesting. I might like it. I can always change it later if I get an idea for something to do later. That is a hilarious emote, Katie. I guess someone out there hates Chops. Chops was my first smug. Oh, thank you, Salvia. Maybe a sign that says Tater Hater. Oh, that would be cute. Then we would have 2 signs. We would have one for full pockets and one for being a tater hater. What did I come in here for? Oh yeah, I need an anthurium plant that's red, because I'm all about the red vibes in this spot. I really like the anthurium plants. If you couldn't tell, put them every 2 spaces on this island. One of my attendance questions last week was, what's the best vegetable? And many students agreed on potato. Your students are wrong. Honestly, I don't really like vegetables that much though. I'd have to think hard on that one. Okay, best vegetables. It's like coming up with like the most healthy vegetables. I feel like I only like vegetables when they're heated up and soft. Like cooked vegetables that are soft and in some sort of stew are delicious, but sometimes if you're just munching on like raw vegetables, I mean, none of them really taste good. I don't know if y'all feel that. So I guess I support almost all vegetables as long as they're cooked the right way. Alright, do y'all like this bit of decorating? It might even look more filled out if I can like put some patterns on the ground around where some of these items are. Because right now there's no patterns on the ground near there. I love harps too. I keep one outside Nooks. Yeah, they're such a pretty item. And back in the beginning of the game, I mean, it was one of the only like elegant items we had. We didn't have everything that we have now thanks to the update. All right, sweet. I guess I could keep going. Technically, I should put more stuff next to that area. I just might be getting like a little ahead of myself. Also, I'm sort of making it hard to traverse this spot. I don't know if people are gonna realize you can walk through the building. So everything that's like over there, you can't actually get to it. But I guess I could always like have an incline somewhere over here if I need to. I mean, there's all this space. If I want to do more overlooks over here, maybe I could do that via incline or just have to rely on people knowing that you can walk through the building. I don't know. It's a bit of a tough one. I feel like I could maybe change this holly into like a wheatgrass or something, and then that way, I mean, you really can walk through it. I could try to do something like that, but I really liked the holly bush. Oh, thank you for the support on the streetlight, Tabe and Shy. You think a brown streetlight might work better? Would it bug you, Bruschetta, to know that I use green streetlights in all the other different areas, though? Like, would it look weird to have some be brown and some be green? I'm gonna be greedy for y'all's opinion again. Any thoughts on the wheat field? I guess it could serve the purpose that you could sneak over here if you wanted to, like look at another overlook from a different angle sort of thing, or I don't know. I'm a little mixed on that. I don't know what to do. Don't you dare say carrot. The thing is, I have baby carrots every day for lunch. Like, I do, but honestly, they're just like really hard and crunchy, but I love them when they're cooked, like in a nice soup or something. Come on, you gotta like cooked carrots, right, Salvia? Roasted Brussels sprouts. I don't know, I'm not a big vegetable person. I wasn't raised right. I was raised on junk food. I was the last kid. Man, some of my panels are screwed up. You see those panels back there? I guess it's because like I overwrote certain codes. Some of them are like messed up now. Maybe I should figure out what I'm doing down here. Mixture of weeds and autumn weeds probably, and wheat fields. We also learned that corn is technically a fruit. I took the time to Google it because I was shook. Yeah, I feel like everyone knows the tomato one. I didn't really know the corn one either. It must be because of seeds or something. Actually, I've heard that things like that, like even potatoes, that they're called starches. So are we both wrong about this? Are they not vegetables, but rather starches? I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. Do y'all want me to mess around with the weeds in that spot? It would help everything like come together a bit more. It might be a little boring to watch me just like plant weeds. We are a weeds supportive forest fam though. Jeez, I'm getting some pop out. Screw this. The game is mad at me. Oh, this is really sad. I'm getting some like pop out effects. Oh, this is awful. Do y'all have any tips? Like, do I need to cut down on some of these items? It only started doing this recently. I might like legit have to sacrifice some detail just so it doesn't do the weird pop out shit. Sorry for the Sorry, it just kind of came out there. Oh man. Oh. I don't know what to do. Should I... What caused it? Let me like pick this stuff up. I'll take a picture. Was it like all this stuff over here? Was it the weed in the foreground? It wasn't doing this before. Sorry, while I have this crisis and try to figure out what's causing the lag. I'll catch up on chat a bit. You're a carrot hater? I guess that balances out my potato hating. Can't hate too much. Baby carrots and hummus, baby carrots and ranch. I agree, Shy. For you, it's broccoli. Your favorite vegetable is broccoli? Broccoli is so gross. My parents tried to raise me on vegetables and they failed. Same. Well, I don't think mine really tried too hard. Thank you so much for that follow. Welcome in. Speaking of food, my husband is making steak and my mouth is watering at the smell. Nothing like temptations wafting through the air. Oh, do you think it's my ground storage? I really hope it's my ground storage. In any case, I guess that's not the point of this stream, is to try to get rid of my lag or my pop out. So I should just try to keep decorating like it's not happening. Maybe once I don't know. Maybe I should try to keep the stuff down here simpler. I really went nuts with the stuff down here, and I sort of don't have to, because it's all about the buildings. This stuff down here, it doesn't really have to be as fancy as it is. So if there's something like that I could do to try to limit the effects of what's happening, maybe I should do that. If anyone has any tips, let me know. I once saw someone on Snapchat explore where they had roasted carrots to their golden retrievers. It was so adorable. Yeah, dogs I feel like will eat anything, right? Isn't that like the dog way? Vegetable is just any part of the plant that's not the gonads, which is the fruit. Oh, getting really sciencey on us in here. Yeah, maybe like I can pick up this wheat field. Oh, my pockets are full. Great. Your island is too OP? Well, not anymore. I mean, there's no point in a build if it's like popping in and out like that and you can't even see it, you know? Oh, strawberry. I'm glad you didn't mind too much. Favorite veggie is asparagus. I was thinking about asparagus. It's not too bad. It's a little bit funky for me, but has an interesting flavor. Oh, and hi, Ash. Welcome in. How's it going today? Gonna brag, I'm having some roasted carrots and other stuff for dinner. Yeah, roasted vegetables is definitely like the best way to have vegetables. I support that. Strawberry and a nice stew as well. That's another good thing. French fries count as vegetables. That's such like a kid thing to say. It's like a kid trolling their parents. I used to do that with pizza. I'd be like, look at how many food groups from the food group pyramid there is on this pizza. The tomatoes are the fruit. Got your dairy with the cheese. I mean, why aren't they considered healthy? And then they like totally revised the pyramid later. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what to throw away. My favorite veggie is green beans or Brussels sprouts, but those give you mad farts. The flaw of vegetables and beans and stuff like that. Means that it's good for you though, right? In the public school system, pizza used to count as one veggie serving because of the tomatoes and the sauce. But tomatoes are fruit. I'm just so confused. It wasn't doing this like a little while ago. Maybe I should switch to a different area. This is like clearly stressing me out. Roni! What a sweet surprise. Thank you, Roni. Thank you for the 12-month resub. That's amazing. That's a whole year. Congrats on your fully grown golden tree, and thank you for a whole year of support. Thank you for always being your sweet self and all my streams. Roni's been around a long time. Roni was like in some of my streams before I was affiliate back in 2019. I think we like rang in the new year together, like from 2019 to 2020. Not even knowing what was in store for us in 2020. Thank you so much, Roni, for the 12-month resub. I'm gonna try to drop a brown vine. I don't know what happened to it. Is it this one? And then I think I'm gonna make the command decision that we're gonna switch to a different area because this is stressing me out. And it's not good, I guess, for me to just be focused on what makes it not flicker anymore. Look! Okay, well, I mean, it's working right now. Yes. I guess that as I walk around, though, it still flickers. Okay, can I do one thing, though? Can I, like, put away all my ground storage over there and, like, see if that fixes it? Be like a detective of the ground storage? And then I promise I'll move to a new area. I'm just very desperately curious. I want to know if, like, picking up all those green leaves on the ground will help at all. It might not, though. We'll see. And thanks for the love and hype and chat for Roni and full year. I'm old enough to remember the 4 food groups that predated the pyramid. Oh, really? Yeah, they've remade the pyramid a bunch of times. I don't know what they need to do to, like, teach little kids about, like, eating healthy and stuff, but I guess it's good to have a visual, but you get, like, a lot of mixed info when they keep rewriting it over and over. Scientifically and botanically, tomatoes are fruit, but culinarily, most people still consider them veggies. I find that kind of interesting because they're still, I don't know, they're juicy like a fruit. Like, you bite into them and they have, like, all that, like, water and, you know, wetness inside of them. I'm sorry, I don't know how to phrase it in a way that doesn't sound weird. But yeah, tomatoes are kind of fruity in my opinion. Do you like strawberries? Yeah, strawberries are... I don't think anyone can disagree with liking strawberries. I saw a video of a farmer in Japan that makes the best strawberries in the world. He has one that sells for over $4.50. One piece. Stuff like that is kind of silly to me. I've heard of other, like, luxury foods like that, like steaks and... I think New York that are like $1,000 and things like that. I just can't justify. I mean, obviously, I don't think any of us can justify a strawberry for $4.50. But it makes you wonder who buys that sort of stuff. Amy's ground storage looking fierce. Stop. Got lots of tanks and tire stacks, all sorts of good stuff in here. I think strawberries are too sour and I don't love them. Okay. I was gonna say we should bully Bruschetta for that opinion, but no, I won't. I'll be nice. Bruschetta's respectful about my own potato aversion, so. This area looks so cool. Why can't the game be nice to me? I can't eat strawberries because of texture, but in a smoothie you like them. Interesting. Something that happens with me with strawberries is I have sensitive teeth, so, like, you know, you stick them in the fridge and then you slice them up and eat them, and then it's just like my teeth revolt a little bit. It's like too cold. But that's a me problem. That's a me and Sensodyne toothpaste problem. It's not the strawberries' fault. Like, for example, blueberries, they don't give me that feeling because I guess you don't have to, like, bite into a blueberry as much, if that makes sense. You just sort of, like, munch on them and they go to your molars. I really like blueberries. I was allergic to strawberries as a kid, but still ate them, so the allergy went away. I feel like that's so, like, gangster of you to just be like, I'm gonna eat these strawberries anyways. It paid off. Hi, Jules. How are you today? Welcome in. What have you been up to? Have you worked more in Kava? Strawberry is the best flavor of everything. Don't at me. You're missing green apple, Salvia. Green apple is objectively the best flavor. I know it's a bit of a cliche opinion. I feel like that's what everyone says, but it's true. It's the best Jolly Rancher. It's the only one that tastes different from everything else. Try to, like, quiz me on artificial strawberry versus watermelon. I can't do it, but I always know green apple. It's got that sour twang. I feel like Skittles. I mean, Skittles all taste the same to me. I'm not really good with artificial flavors. Like, do y'all have a favorite Skittle? I had some at work today, and they are really nice. They're really good, but they just all taste the same. All right, I think I've picked up enough of the ground storage. Won't put you all through any more of that, but please, let's manifest that it had an effect on my situation. No, not really. I'm really having quite the situation here. The game hates me now. It might be a little bit better. I don't know. I swear I didn't used to do this. Does anyone else have this problem? Oh, this is so sad. So let's switch to a different area now, because I've got to sort that area out and get it to not be flashing anymore. I might have to look at some forums, some AC Twitter suggestions for how to prevent that. And maybe we can switch over to this campground, where hopefully the same issue won't present itself again. The campground is not like a big, tall build. It's more of just like a flat build of camping out on a baseball field. So we can return back to this build and... Oh, CJ is here. Look at CJ back there in the fishing outfit. Quite fitting, actually, with the vibe of the campground. Oh, this Pokemon music making me nostalgic. I left my wooden storage unit back there, I think, so we might have to run back there. You have the same teeth issue as me, Susan? You have sensitive teeth as well? Yeah, the actual horrible thing that makes me cringe is when I see people like bite into an ice cream bar or something, but yeah, even strawberries kind of like get to me sometimes. Thank you so much for that follow. Welcome in. Really appreciate that. I love my strawberries on top of pancakes, which is sometimes have bananas baked into them. Yeah, strawberry sauce on pancakes is really good. Y'all can't talk about pancakes in front of me. I've been craving IHOP forever, and I haven't indulged that craving yet. I need to go to IHOP sometime. Oh man, I love like mixing all the different maple syrups together. It's so good. Did I leave my storage unit down there? Oh, I did, like a dummy. It was obviously not like a huge allergy, don't remember, but my mom said my reaction was just itchiness. Yeah, allergies are so weird. There's some that are like life-threatening and some that are more mild. I think I have some rash-related allergies too. The red Skittles, the best Skittle. Lime Skittle. Now it's orange. Not you all actually having favorite Skittles. That's adorable. What about favorite Starburst? For me, it's gotta be the red or the pink. Those are the best ones. You hate all orange and yellow flavors? That's so funny because you're basically just hating like artificial coloring salvia. Man, I went all the way back there for my storage unit and there was one already over here. There's one already right here. Man, I am so dumb. Moment of silence for my dumbness. Orange is where it's at, Shy. Conflicting opinion with salvia and artificial flavors. Is Salvia gonna send you orange candies all the way from Canada? Love to see it. There was an IHOP not far from me that was closed for 2 years that recently reopened. That's kind of wild, like not even trying to stay in it, just being like, all right, we're back. Sorry about that. Oh, I shouldn't laugh though. It's been really hard for businesses and restaurants throughout this whole thing. Really feel for everybody. I would eat IHOP for every meal if it were socially acceptable. Just goes for breakfast foods in general. Yeah, another controversial opinion. IHOP is pretty much the only breakfast food place that I especially like. There's just something about the sheer delectable fattiness of it all. But like Cracker Barrel, I hate Cracker Barrel. I think Cracker Barrel brands itself more as like southern breakfast food. I don't like it. But I love IHOP. It's funny that it's social acceptedness that's keeping you from eating it for every meal, Strawberry. So where should I start? Okay. I'm thinking, because I've really just never been sure if I support the campsite here or not. I just don't know. Do you all have any hard opinions on that? Like, do you think it would look cuter just to have kids' tents over there? It might. I could always try to put the campsite over here instead and just have kids' tents over there. It might look cuter. I'm gonna try moving the campsite and see if I like it. Fauna doing some shopping over here at the post-apocalyptic marketplace on the beach. I still need to finish this area too. Honestly, I could try to tackle this today too. It's just more of the beach marketplace leading up to the campground. What about Pancake House? I don't think I've been there. Should we like rank the breakfast places? There's Denny's, Waffle House. What are some other breakfast places? I feel like Waffle House is this like eternal joke. I feel like people just make jokes about Waffle House. I feel bad about it. Pink and red, the best flavors. Yeah, Starburst even started selling like the pink and red like on its own. Like they know that it's the best flavors. IHOP and Pepsi made a drink together? Oh, really? I'm not a big Pepsi fan. Cracker Barrel is so good though. Their pancakes and bacon are so much better than IHOP's. No, Katie, no. Just, that's all I have to say. It's a good bathroom stop on the road, I'll give you that. It's nice to walk in there when you're needing to go on the highway, but I mean, other than that, hard pass, hard pass. Alright, I need to concentrate on the menu before me, or else I will do something wrong. Layout changes. Campsite. We made it! Yay! I have to concentrate on that menu. Oh, okay. Did we successfully obtain it? We did. One place that I really love that I wish was here was Perkins. Not Perkins. I had one growing up, Katie. I had one growing up. I used to like go there sometimes. It was like back when I went to, I don't know, like it was like the after church place of everyone in the whole like state would go there after church. I don't know. I have weird memories and vibes with Perkins. I feel like mine went out of business. I've never heard the word Perkins in like 10 years, Katie. I didn't even know it was still a thing. Thought they just all went out of business like a, I don't know, like Quiznos or something. I just looked up why I don't like fruits in the US, but I like them in Turkey, and I read that they're literally sweeter in Europe because in the US, growers are very focused on yield, which I don't see in Turkey. And apparently these fruit have the same amount of sugar as normal sized fruit, but the sugar is now spread out over a larger fruit, making them less sweet. That's really fascinating, Bruschetta. I feel like I know what you're talking about. I've totally bitten into some strawberries that like aren't awful, but they're not the like sweetest things that I've ever tasted, and some of them really are giant here. Like we've got some giant strawberries. I have to admit, I don't know if I'm like anti-GMO though. Like I guess like I tend to be pro-science, so like I feel like if we're smart enough to do stuff like that and if it helps out our crops, then I'm for it. But maybe there are some questionable decisions that happen sometimes with certain GMOs. I don't know. We could try this campsite location here maybe. I have a gut feeling that I would like kids' tents in that spot better than the campsite. The campsite, I don't know. It's alright. So I guess we gotta time travel now. I'm sorry, besties. I cringed at myself a little for saying besties. I feel like I'm not cool enough to say that word. I have like coolness, self-esteem issues. Oversharing hour on a forest life. Okay, let's go on to the 20th. I wish it was easier to find small apples here. I love Granny Smith apples, but a huge apple is just too much for me to eat. I'm the same way with cooked apples that I am about vegetables. It's like an interesting pattern for me. I really liked cooked things. Like there's nothing quite like cooked apples, like drizzled in syrup. Oh, those are so good. I guess it makes it less healthy though, doesn't it? You know, the kind that's an apple pie? Best format of an apple. But yeah, my teeth aren't strong enough to bite into apples. I have to like use one of those apple cutter things. My favorite type of apples, I think I like the green ones. Are those Granny Smith? Waffle House is amazing and awful, and I love it eternally. Those are some contradictions. I don't think I've ever eaten there. There's 1-2 blocks from me and I'm always tempted to eat there. Then do it, Katie. Report back. I don't eat breakfast at all at restaurants. It's always lunch or dinner for me. Yeah, I do think I prefer lunch and dinner food to breakfast, but I make an exception for IHOP. My favorite IHOP meal. I get the cheesecake pancakes on the side of this really special spicy omelet. Oh, it's so good. It's the spicy poblano omelet, but I get it without the beef because I don't really like meat a whole lot. But I get the spicy omelet with like strawberry cheesecake pancakes on the side. Oh, it's so good. I haven't had it since before the pandemic. In fact, IHOP was literally the last restaurant I ate at before the pandemic, and then I didn't go to one for ages. And then I went to a Mellow Mushroom eventually, but yeah, it was the last one I ate at before it started. Isn't that weird? You don't have Waffle Houses in Canada? I don't think we have too many nearby here. I think I've seen them on the road before. My dad used to call it Awful House. The best breakfast places are local hole in the walls. Yeah, there was one I had here that was sort of like that, Salvia. It was this place called Toast. I'm not sure if it's a chain or not, but it was just very simply called Toast, and it was really, really good. It was one of the better breakfast places I've ever eaten at. I really hope I don't have this issue with every build in this island. This is gonna make me like cry if what if I have that with this build too and I experience pop out? I don't know. Pray for Fawn Hollow, y'all. Pray for Fawn Hollow. And now we're gonna time travel back to the 19th. If y'all want, I can maybe do like a cat cam update. We have a snoozing Dusty back there. I know sometimes that's a good screensaver for, you know, the black loading screen of death. Oh, you can see like her tail. Let me adjust it. Hey, baby. Hi. Look, big yawn, big yawn. What the hell are you doing? What are you doing? She is quite the mound, isn't she? We don't even have places that are specific for breakfast here, but the concept of bar in Spain is different from the pub, like places that many other countries have. Oh, interesting. I don't really go to like bars a whole lot. The Denny's near where my family lives used to be a Perkins. Changed from a Denny's, like a Perkins to a Denny's. Do you think that's a downgrade or an upgrade? Oh man, I hated Perkins. I could never get anything I liked there. Everything sucked there in my opinion. I thought Perkins were just everywhere until I moved here. They were everywhere in Florida and they were in Memphis. My mom would always take me there when I had a migraine. Aw. I'm glad you liked it, Katie. I'm a bit picky, I guess. I would try to get their quesadilla and it wasn't very good. After 6 p.m., Perkins has unlimited pancakes for $5. Dude, I totally forgot about Perkins. Y'all checking for Perkins? All strawberries are GMOs, really? Real natural strawberries are like tiny AF. Oh yeah, I think I've seen those. I think I've seen those in my yard. How did I get like natural strawberry? I think like my yard growing up, I mean, when I was little, I used to find like little strawberries. Google's not helping me though. Oh, yeah, I think I might have found one. Mine were like even smaller than this though. Yeah, like mine weren't even like this big, but I used to get some really tiny ones. Oh, that's cool. You like the beach campsite, Shy? I think so too. I think it'll have a nice home there. I can make like a little beachy campsite spot. For me, if I want pancakes, I go to Cracker Barrel. If I want a waffle, I go to IHOP. Waffle! Pancakes are totally superior to waffles, in my opinion. I mean, they're basically the same thing. 11 from Stranger Things will knock me out for that. Baked apples are really yummy. Yeah, I agree. I want an apple cobbler now, or an apple pie. Oh, look at Melba walking down the runway here. It kind of warms my heart whenever a villager, like, I don't know, there's like an incline or like a walkway, and they just walk right down the middle of it. It's so cute. Maybe you should see a dentist. Ouch. It's another thing I haven't done in a few years, Salvia, calling me out. Do you love a nice Granny Smith apple? Super crisp. Yeah. The green ones are Granny Smith. Yeah, much better than Red Delicious. I know some people that stand like the Honey Crisp ones. What do y'all think of Honey Crisp? This weather is just perfect for a stroll around the island. Since my glowing moss dress came from you, you'd know best. Am I pulling this look off? Oh, I didn't get to actually answer, but yeah, I think she's pulling it off. She looks cute. You're making me hungry. I'm sorry, Jules. That's the omelet my friend always gets whenever we go to IHOP. They love the cheesecake pancakes too. I'll have to suggest that combo. Yeah, I always feel like I've eaten like an entire country when I go to IHOP, but it's worth it. It's worth it. So here's the beach campsite. I really wish that there was a tent just all the time. Just give me a camper every day. Or make the campground look better. It looks pitiful. I remember the last place I ate at pre-pandemic, my boss took us all to Logan's Roadhouse because we broke our record for productivity. That's such like a nerdy office thing to do, Katie. Ah, look at y'all with your productivity. Isn't that the sort of place that they give you like peanuts and then the floor is really dirty, like covered with peanut shells? My last restaurant before COVID was a local barbecue place. It's weird how we all remember this, right? I'm trying to find kids' tents, so maybe I should semi-concentrate on my alphabet here. You can't remember Salvia? Oh, you broke the trend of everyone remembering it. I thought I was onto something. Like how you remember where you were when something special happens. People who are anti-GMO usually don't understand them. Yeah, well, maybe there are some bad examples of GMOs. Like, maybe you could go wrong with them, but I feel like we just usually use them to, like, make the plants bigger, or I think pesticides can also be something affected with GMOs. I don't know. I'm not an expert on it either. A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, J, K. Okay, did I pass them? Sliced apples with peanut butter. Oh, that's a good one. I feel like peanut butter makes like almost everything better. Peanut butter goes really well with like bananas and honey too. Recommend like a banana and honey peanut butter sandwich. Alright, I feel like I've passed this a million times. Okay, here we go. Where's my white kids tent? Why do I have like a million of these ugly colors? What was I thinking? Perkins is a good restaurant and I'll die on this hill. Well, y'all know not to trust my food opinions. We've already established this, so... But it's just funny how I despised it when I was little. I remember being so grumpy when I was a kid. Such an entitled little kid. Like, no, I don't want to go to Perkins. Good night, Lolita. Thank you so much for spending some of your evening with us, and I hope you get some good rest. And I'll see you next time and around Discord, Lolita. I've eaten those tiny wild strawberries and they just taste like plant. Jeez, that's kind of creepy. Like it doesn't taste like a fruit. I believe it though. I bet that they taste weird. I really need a white kids tent. I don't know. I feel like I'm like going crazy. Like why isn't it in my storage? Did I drop it somewhere? Probably. We know me and ground storage. I probably dropped it somewhere. You like pancakes more than waffles? But sometimes you just get a craving for waffles. I feel like I haven't had waffles in a million years. I just always go for pancakes, and I don't feel like restaurants have them too much. Waffles are like, I feel like something you make when you're at a hotel and you go down to the breakfast bar or something, and you know, you pour the stuff in the waffle maker. I don't know, I see those a lot at hotels. Oh, Dusty left. Come back, Dusty. Oh, well, at least we got a little cat cam of her being a blob. Alright, I don't see the kid tent over here either. I think they're back here. Oh, yes, this is where they are. Yes. I know myself. I know myself. Not being shady, but if you can't bite into an apple, that might not be ideal. I'm gonna Google this. Can't bite into apple. I mean, this is a common problem. And it's not that I really try too much, you know? I just know that I don't want to do it. There's a fast food place called Backyard Burgers. I remember they had pretty tasty apple cobbler. Yeah, cobbler is one of the best things ever, but I feel like I never have it. It's because you pretty much have to either make it yourself or go to a restaurant. I feel like you can't like really buy cobbler. Waffles always give you a tummy ache, Simi? I wonder why. Your favorite apple is Fuji? Is that like a brand? I unironically order off the dinner menu when I visit IHOP. Why? I always skip that stuff. Do you remember when they tried to sell the fact that they have burgers? They were just like desperately trying to brand themselves as like a burger joint. Yeah, I think the kids' tents work pretty well. Just gotta figure out like the right spacing. Do I like them like right next to each other, or is that like crowded? I don't know. Tough decisions. Maybe I'll move them down a space. There are buckets of peanuts everywhere at the Roadhouse. Love their yeast rolls. Any place that gives you unlimited free bread is OP. Yeah, I agree. Or like the Mexican places that have the free chips and queso. Can't remember the last restaurant I went to pre-pandemic either. My husband was out of town all that week and we were prepping for my brother's wedding. It was all a whirlwind. That's interesting you remember like what you were doing though. I mean, I kind of remember like being off work because of Animal Crossing. I was like, let me take 2 weeks off because of Animal Crossing, and that was pretty much like when it happened. It was the most bizarre timeline ever. Dang, Shy, you remembered that? I kind of want to give you like a reward or something. Shy knew where I put my kids' tents, and if only like I looked at chat. I would have never thought to like look to you all for support in finding my kids' tents. I don't put that much pressure on you all to remember what I do with my ground storage. It reminds me of someone once in chat. It was actually Leah helped me find my mailbox. She was like, yeah, I know where your mailbox is. It was on the beach. A hotel is the only place I'll eat breakfast since it's free. You sound like you are not a fan of breakfast, Lee. What did breakfast do to you? What do you eat for breakfast then? Um, it's kind of sad for me. The combination of me working so early and also I take this medicine that I have to eat on an empty stomach. I basically don't really have breakfast. I do have a meal as soon as I can though, and it's actually a peanut butter sandwich. Not very breakfasty. Sorry, I'm kind of trying to like figure out. There's this like cute concept that we were coming up with of like a cute area of the campground that has like a bunch of sleeping bags near each other. Like it's like a little sleepover party. And I'm trying to figure out how to arrange that without making it too crowded, which might be an impossible task. This is a very crowded campground. But I still want to be able to at least like walk around a little, so maybe I should move some stuff over. Oh, this nostalgic song. Y'all remember the IHOP burger branding? That was so funny. They tried it. The IHOP here had a pancake turf war with the McDonald's next door. Who won, Salvia? That's hilarious. I might save that as a quote just for the sheer, like, I don't know, extraness of that. Fuji is an apple variety? I haven't heard of it. I feel like uncultured right now, which happens a lot. Unless money is an object or you don't want to get out of your car, why would you get pancakes at McDonald's instead of IHOP? I agree. That must have been a crappy IHOP, Salvia. Salvia says, McDonald's put up a huge sign that said, "Hop on over for the best pancakes, $1.99. I want to see more passive aggressiveness like this from businesses. I want to see more. That's hilarious. Like, we're better than this place next door. I can't think of an example. Or they could, like, you know, capitalist drive down the prices theory by like competing with each other. That would be pretty sweet. I really need more stuff in my pockets. Like, I feel like I have like nothing in here. We gotta fill these babies up again. Can't decorate with empty pockets. So I'm gonna go and raid my beach that Shy kindly told me about, that I discovered over here. Got lots of goodies. My memory is sometimes good and other times trash. Yeah, I've been told that I have a good memory sometimes when it comes to like stream and things. Like I remember stuff you all say sometimes. But yeah, I guess it can be fuzzy in other instances. I can't remember that DC trip that I took in middle school like I was rambling about earlier for a while. I usually heat up a burger or something for breakfast at home. Yeah, you straight up like don't participate in breakfast, Lee, I suppose. You're playing Animal Crossing, Fredito? Your island is a mess. Me too. Just look at all this. Messy islands unite. I don't usually eat breakfast either because of my thyroid medication, but not a big breakfast fan. Can't eat pancakes every day, you know? Yeah, you gotta pick your carbs selectively. We gotta save some for pizza. Actually sometimes I've noticed what happens to me as far as cravings. Like when I'm hungry, I'm like, oh man, you know, I want Domino's, I want a pizza tonight. And then I actually eat something and I'm like, I could be good with a sandwich. Like, I don't know, the hungry stomach is dangerous. That's what gets you. And hi, Senna, welcome in. It's good to see you, friend. How are you today? We're talking about pancakes and waffles. Which one do you prefer, Senna? IHOP definitely won the turf war with McDonald's, as they should. I kind of like this random pillow. It looks kind of worn down, like maybe it could be at a apocalyptic campsite like that. I don't know, I like that vibe. What else would be sort of in a campgroundy area, like near some sleeping bags? I'm gonna Google like sleepover for inspo. Sleepover. Of course, it just comes up with like a chick flick movie or something. Great. I guess popcorn. I'm seeing some popcorn. Maybe hobby items like books and just like personal items. Yeah, I could scatter some books around. Down in South Carolina, there was a billboard war between a Chevy dealer and a Ford dealer. That's funny. Yeah, I feel like the car dealerships are kind of like competitive with each other. And they like talk trash about each other too. They're like, oh yeah, that other place. The worst. I went to the doctor today for my hair loss and they put me on some strong stuff. I hope I get my luscious locks growing again. Aw, good luck. I hope that went really well. Wish you the best of vibes with that. I'm already failing at putting more knickknacks down. I'm just dropping more sleeping bags. I do like that though. I like that placement. Kind of like L formation. Maybe you can put like a lantern in between the two of them. Like a nice lantern right here. Oh, but there's already a fire. Why would you need a lantern and a fire? So maybe I should put a stack of books there or something. Can eat pancakes all day, every day. Yeah, pizza is my preferred food to stand, but I do like me some IHOP. I went back and glanced at the VOD from the campsite build, and you had the kid tents reversed on that side. The lower one white and further to the right, and the back one blue and further to the left. Damn, Shy. I continue to want to give you a reward for your efforts. I was just wondering myself how I used to have the tents before, and that's something I struggle with when it comes to Animal Crossing decorating. Like, if I tear something down, do I want to recreate it exactly or just try to like redesign it? And I guess in that moment I was just trying to redesign it, but if I did something before and it worked before, why kill what ain't broken? So I could definitely try that. Thank you, Shy. Thanks for looking at that. I'm gonna get some more like knickknacks and things to have around the campsite. Looking for like a stack of books or something. Good question about pancakes versus waffles. Love a good Belgian waffle, but also love making chocolate chip pancakes. And on rare occasions, peanut butter M&M pancakes. So you like to make your own. We've been talking about IHOP a lot. Belgian waffles. I have wondered like what's different about those. My Costco sells them sometimes. Oh, here's the stack of books. Should I get the colorful one or like the really old looking one? Maybe. And there's the stack of clothes too. That might be cute. Oh, Danny, enjoy your giant acorn moment. And Jules got our usual rotten acorn. I wonder if it's like a different rotten acorn every time, or if Jules is just over there like pulling the same rotten acorn out of the hat every day. Oh, hey Leah, maybe a teddy bear or a bag of chips for the sleepover. Oh, thank you. I hope you're doing good too. I didn't even know the bag of chips was an item. The teddy bear's a cute idea, especially if there's like a worn teddy bear. I might look into that really quick. Is there like a worn teddy bear? Post-apocalyptic teddy bear? Wait, what did you clip, Senna? What did you clip? Uh, I'll have to watch that later. Thank you for the clip. I really appreciate clips. It's really sweet of you. Oh, there's like a patchwork teddy bear, I think. So the patchwork teddy bear might be kind of on brand. I don't really have it. Oh! I do have one. That is so weird. That was quite the coincidence there. Lady Fish and Angel Frosty, thank you so much for the follows. I haven't played Animal Crossing since 3 months, and there's a lot of flowers everywhere, and it's crazy that I loved Animal Crossing and then don't play it anymore, and now I do. Hope it never happens again. Oh, it's basically Animal Crossing culture to take phases like that with Animal Crossing Fredito. Don't beat yourself up about it. Oh man, if you really need help with your flowers, feel free to like try to hire help from Nookazon or something. I know that can be quite the event when your flowers replicate like that. Good luck with getting back into it, and welcome back. I found this cute idea on Pinterest where you put an elegant sofa in the middle of a wheat field and decorate around the sofa. Yeah, I'm kind of a sucker for the mixture of like elegant and rustic. You can do the same thing inside of a house with like rustic wallpaper and then put like the elegant furniture in it. It can be a cool effect. I remember random quotes on random spots. Amy dropped things, but not to switch my laundry in the washer. Is this... Let me read what you wrote again, Shy. So you had the lower one white and further to the right. And the back one was blue and further to the left. Okay. Try this out. The forest pie clip will live on forever. I think what I really like about it, I like the fact that you named it a forest pie. You like incorporated my branding into the clip name. That was really cute. I feel like my pies to the face that I did for charity were so... I don't know, like not a whole lot really actually got on my face as far as pies. Because one time I actually did get like a pie and I tried to get the stuff inside the pie on my face, but it's like there's this bread layer in between like the actual fruit of the pie and my face, and so nothing ever like really got on my face from the pie. I wonder if that's it. In any case, I'm somewhat mixed on whether it's better or not. Do you think it's better, Shy? Since you suggested that I go back to how it was in the VOD. I guess it's hard to tell without a before and after picture. Yeah, we can try this out. Why not? So the stack of clothes, I was definitely thinking this would be fitting somewhere, but maybe it would be more fitting like on a box or something, like just chilling out like on a box nearby. Don't want to put like clothes on the ground, you know, even in the apocalypse. Oh, hey Tom, how's it going? Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Getting lots of time with Casper. I don't really like the color of those clothes, but I guess they match the kids' tent, so maybe I should keep them. I don't really know if they look good from far away either, but it's a thought, it's an idea. Gives you a little bit more space to work with your cozy area. Yeah, that's kind of what's anxiety inducing about furniture arranging for me, is there's just like a million different ways to arrange everything. Sometimes there's not like one right way. Oh, do y'all like the teddy bear? Maybe I can put some books near one of the campsites. Honestly, the teddy bear being there makes me think that maybe I should put something other, like kid-like. If there's some other like toy item that would be good, like maybe those wooden toys that are like wooden block toys and stuff. Oh, I like the books there, I think. Did you see both of your Casper tweets? I think so. I love your Casper content. You should be one of those people that has like a Instagram for your cat. Tom has like this really fluffy white cat. It's really cute. Let me see if I can find a picture to show off on stream. I think my most handsome and my most attractive cat is Mr. Mittens, but look at this one. This is Tom's kitty, isn't it cute? So floofy. Oh, you made him an Instagram a couple weeks ago? That's a good idea. I've thought about making a cat Instagram just because I take so many pictures of my cats, and I guess not everyone's probably interested. You know what I'm saying? But then I'm just like, I don't need to be on social media like more than I already am, probably. Eating some Tillamook ice cream right now. Didn't you recommend that to me and I had never heard of a Tillamook ice cream? I wonder if one thing I should do, you know, I do love foliage arranging, and I kind of like the idea of the edges of this campground having some of that like touches of foliage and like weeds and flowers. That might be something fun to do to try to bring more personality to the borders of the campground. Like, I'm like looking at this area over here, like what can I do to make this look kind of magical and overgrown? And you know, I love flower arranging. I like Belgian waffles because the squares are big, more room for syrup. Oh, I guess you're right. I never really thought about that with waffles. Is that the appeal of like all the squares on the waffles, is to hold the syrup? I feel like with pancakes, I almost try to like eat them really quickly because otherwise the syrup will just sort of like morph with the pancake. Casper is such a perfect name. Isn't it named after that ghost from the 90s? Casper the Friendly Ghost. Am I making that up? I'm trying to get to the point where maybe I can actually see the river. Water forming is weird sometimes because of the way that it's like in the ground. If you like landscape it a certain way and view it at a certain angle, you almost can't like see it. Which I don't know if that should be the goal to see it or not, but I mean, that might be nice, you know? Some scenery in the background. We need a Mr. Mittens Life Insta. A cat's life? Why does that sound like a Studio Ghibli movie? The Cat's Return, I guess is what I'm thinking of. I don't know, I'm just drunk over here. A pumpkin pock. Wait, what does the word POCH mean? Does that mean life? Pancake absorbs syrup. Oh no, the syrup is gone. Guess I'll add more. Dude, I'm like that too. I'm guilty of like way too much syrup on my pancakes. No regrets either. Ah, I can start to see the water a bit more now. I wonder if that's worth it. I don't think it's a bad touch to see more of the water. pancakes absorb the syrup. I figure it would just mean the syrup was kind of evenly distributed, but then they just taste like plain pancakes. I don't get it. Yeah, I mean, I pretty much, like, as it dries, I add more. I'm totally like what Senna does. Which, I mean, it's why it's so bad to eat there. I mean, at least super frequently. Like I said, I feel like I've eaten a whole country every time I go to IHOP. Oh, we all gotta take a group trip to IHOP now. You would follow my cat Instagram immediately, Tom? Aw. I feel like I would find it easier to be active on that Instagram, because like my Animal Crossing one, my issue with my Animal Crossing Instagram is I feel like I never totally finish my builds, and it's sort of depressing, honestly. It's like I can never post anything because I'm like, oh, well, you know, I haven't planted aesthetic weeds in this build yet, or oh, I haven't finished these train tracks yet, as far as that new build that I just finished recently. It's just, I don't know, it's annoying. Alright, I think you can definitely see the water now. I don't know if I like this little thing right here. But if I like get rid of it, the world will end basically. So like it'll just take away like the whole thing. Does this look weird? I'm not the best water former. Do y'all like the little pond? Oh, it looks like it looks terrible when you pan up though. Or does it? I don't know. Maybe I'm too picky. I need you all to guide me. What do you think of this water forming? Oh, so he is named after Casper, the friendly ghost. I remember getting some, like, Happy Meal toys about Casper when I was little. Another kid item, like a toy robot or mom's plushie. I was definitely thinking the toy robot because I figured this might be in the future, so maybe it might look cute to have, like, I don't know, a reference to a robot. Futuristic. More syrup means soggy pancakes. Come on, they don't get bad just because they're absorbed with syrup. Just gotta pour more on, Danny. You gotta eat it quickly. Even as a kid, I didn't like breakfast. When I was growing up, I often had an English muffin with peanut butter because they used to always tell you in school, like, oh, eat some carbs and stuff before a test, eat your brain food, and I did feel like that sort of meal, like, filled me up for a long time. You're making pancakes for breakfast tomorrow, Danny. A forest con will be hosted at an IHOP. Yeah, and we'll have to, like, all bring our Animal Crossing Switches to the IHOP and just look super obnoxious, like, playing together while we're waiting for our food. Can invite you over to whatever island you want, except for, I guess, Bywater tier. Yeah, I want to see those pancake pictures in Discord, I agree. This thing is probably blocking the water. I do like the idea of having that somewhere, but it's like blocking the water right now. In fact, maybe this is the perfect thing to have like right next to the water because it's like see-through. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I like that. What if you put a garden water spout right there? You don't think that's like too advanced for this campground? As long as I can order off the dinner menu. I can't believe it. Do you at the very least like kind of begrudgingly order off the dinner menu at IHOP? Like, don't you wish you were somewhere else? Like at Red Robin ordering a burger or something like that? I guess I can relate to you though. I mean, you're talking about not relating to breakfast food a whole lot, and I can understand that. I'm not a big breakfast food person either, so I can respect it. There's definitely a spot over here to maybe do some cute things with foliage. Take a shot every time I say the word foliage. Streaming makes me self-conscious of the words that I say all the time. I was thinking of maybe having a corrugated iron fence that symbolized that the fence is like deteriorating. I don't know. Like, I don't know if that really works. Maybe if it's green, it might work. Sponsored by Coke? Oh, I'm so flattered that you all like know me like this. A Forest Con at IHOP. Sponsored by Coke. Featuring special guest Mr. Mittens. Aw. I love it. Honestly though, it would be more on brand if it was a pizza place, but I guess we've just been like thirsting after IHOP this whole stream. We've been all like collectively bonding over our IHOP cravings, except for Lee, I guess, unless Lee is craving the dinner menu at IHOP. There's definitely like kind of a blank spot in the back of the campground. I need to fill that up somehow. Does anyone know if there's a way you can tell what color a fencing is? I'm so confused. How do I tell if it's green or not? Like, does the game even think about stuff like this? Like, oh, okay, so that one was green. Good to know. I mean, I wouldn't know in any way that they tell me. But I guess that's green. Oh. Good night, Fredito. I appreciate you being here, and it was nice to meet you. Wish you continued good luck on your reorganizing into your old island mission. I hope you can pull all those flowers, and hope you have a good night. Crunchy peanut butter for the win. Oof, this sounds like a discourse waiting to happen. Everyone's opinions on crunchy versus smooth peanut butter. I've had some bad crunchy peanut butter before that's like, I don't know, it's made me suspicious, but I do see the appeal of crunchy peanut butter. Alright, so there's gotta be something back here. Do I want to like try the hammock, or? Probably not. Because you probably want to lay in the hammock. I feel like this music's been kind of repetitive. Maybe I should switch the playlist. That might be a good idea. I've heard this song a lot today. My friend found a full bottle of vodka under his table at IHOP once. Didn't drink it though? Yeah, I don't know if I would trust that. That was probably a wise decision. Oh, I wonder if that starts to heal the emptiness that's over there. Heal the emptiness. So dramatic. Maybe also some lights. Some stadium lights. Let me tell you, I ordered some stadium lights in red, and I did not know that it changed the lighting to red. I'm a little bit upset at that. I just wanted to make them red on the outside. I didn't want to make the lights red. What kind of baseball field has like red stadium lights? Is that for like a wrestling rink or something? Like what sporting arena has like, I don't know. I just wasn't expecting that. Let me see if I can find them in here. I'm sorry you have peanut allergies, Lee. You're missing out on Reese's Cups. But yeah, that's valid. The after party will be at Mellow Mushroom. Dude, I will have no room in my belly after IHOP. Maybe it can be like a multi-day convention. Like this day 2 is at Mellow Mushroom. I overeat when I go to IHOP, it's a problem. Stadium lights. I think we're close if I put in my storage. Alright. I guess they're not in here. Phoebe was creepily staring at me as I was in my storage. Hi, Phoebe. Salvia, did you see your quote about Ione that Simi pulled out of the hat? Ione's bangs are perfect. Y'all can square up with me. I think it was Kappa who was trash-talking Ione's bangs. I have basically the same bangs. Ew, my hair looks terrible right now. Hair break. Dora will make her first A Forest Life appearance. The funny thing is, I've told this story before, but she has been on the audio of the stream before. She like got in a fight with Dusty once, and it's one of my top clips. It's just my cats violently like screaming at each other. The fence customization is a pain, honestly. All the customizations stack with each other. Are you kidding me? Oh, that's awful. They need to fix that. Look at these red lights. What the heck is up with this? Can't believe it came out like this. After party activities would include Mario Kart, Smash Bros, and some giggly Gartic phone. I want to play y'all in Smash Brothers. I want to destroy you all with Kirby. I've been beaten in Mario Kart too many times. I just don't know if anyone in the community has Smash Brothers. But I am thinking about whipping that out my next community day stream. Get my revenge. I'm pretty good with Kirby. Why can I not see the stadium lights? I guess I have to like put it really far away if I want them to be visible. Could I like put them behind the fence? Would that look weird? If they were behind the fence? We should at least try it. Because that would make them farther away without me having to like expand this area and take the fence away and all that. And potato juice. I actually like spiced rum more than potato juice. I only like creamy peanut butter, but too much of it sets my stomach and can give me migraines. Oh no, not the migraine trigger. Love those cheesy peanut butter crackers. The ones with the unnaturally orange crackers. Dude, I like bought those today, Katie. That's creepy. Like know what I ate by bringing those up right now. It's been a minute since we did Gartic phone. Yeah, I think we did a little bit of Gartic phone on the stream where I had potato juice for the first time and stuff. But ironically enough, I think Jackbox ended up being the thing we played the most. Jackbox was pretty fun. A Halloween baseball match to the death with the red lights. God, I can't believe they came out like this. I'm gonna have to go to like Cyrus now. Stadium lights turn red, baseball players. Why do I hear boss music? Rossetti, if it's too silhouette-y. That happens like 10 times a stream. A very relevant quote. Let's see. I'm very curious about this. Oh, do y'all like it behind the fence, or how do y'all feel about that? I don't know how I feel. I don't even know if I really like having lights here. I know it goes with the baseball theme, but I just don't know if I really like it. Maybe I can get the baseball theme across without the stadium lights. I feel like Mellow Mushroom gets discussed every stream. Yeah, I've actually been disappointed by Mellow Mushroom lately. I don't know why, but they've been kind of doing me dirty lately, so I might actually suggest Papa Murphy's instead. We would have to camp out at some local place where we had access to an oven and could cook a Papa Murphy's pizza. I mean, I think that's one of the best places that I like right now. I know some people get hoity-toity on me and recommend holes in the walls and local chains and stuff, but I know Papa Murphy's is a chain, but theirs is pretty good. I recommend it if you don't mind ovening your pizza when you get home. Ione is your space baby. Oh, we're gonna have an Ione emote soon. I love her too. I'll buy a Switch to play Smash with you. I'm actually kind of scared now because I trash talked and I'm really not all that good. But I definitely like at least know what I'm doing. Like I know Kirby's moveset. I have Smash Bros 2, although I never really play it. I even bought the DLC and I played it like 3 times. Yeah, I actually bought it. It's not on this Switch though. You know how I how I have multiple Switches, or is it? Is it on this one? What? Which one did I buy it on? I don't know which one I bought it on. It's probably not good. Oh yeah, I think I bought it on my Citaloon Switch. I think it's on this one. But yeah, I didn't buy the DLC. I guess I should do that. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna try to get some foliage out, and I want to decorate like the back and then kind of work my way up more. I know I want this cushion somewhere. Maybe the cushion will look kind of cute like over here near the couch. I can like grab a cushion and, you know, lay on the couch with it. Oh, Senna, I'm sorry for the rotten acorn. It's the Run Laps one too. Those red stadium lights would work great for a Twilight baseball build. I've heard so much about this Twilight baseball scene. I need to check it out sometime. Anything else in my pockets I want to drop real quick? I guess I still want this DIY workbench somewhere. Maybe that's like a good thing for the foreground. We could rent a big Airbnb for a Force Con and cook the pizzas there. Fun to daydream about. We would have to pick one of those like Hobbit hole inspired Airbnbs. You know those that you've seen around, right? Ooh. Okay, I don't like the placement. It looks like it's floating out in the middle of nowhere, and I suck at furniture arranging, but I like this vibe, at least somewhere around here. I can never like figure out how far apart to place items. It's like an art that I don't have. Switchaloon. That's so cute. How good is the OLED Switch though? I don't have it, Simi. One Switch I don't have in my collection. Do you really like yours though? And how's the work on the new island coming along, Simi? Simi got a new OLED Switch and started a new island on it. That'd be so much fun. Cook pizzas, watch the Animal Crossing movie or something. Yeah. Beat y'all in Smash Brothers. Oh, Cam, hey. Super sweet of you. Thank you so much, Kim, for the 11-month resub. I really appreciate that, and that's so generous. Thank you for being subbed with the Force fam for that long, and I can't believe it's been 11 months. What the heck? Where did the time go? Well, thanks for the love and hype and chat for Kim. How are you today? How have you been doing, and what have you been playing lately? recently I got like this idea in my head where I really liked the idea of dyeing my hair orange red, and Kim was giving me some advice about it on Twitter. I don't know, I actually don't know if I would really look that good. I think it's probably an impulse that I'm being good to try to rein in, but I love how I look in this like red-orange wig that I wear a lot, and I actually thought about wearing it on stream today. I love it that much, but I bet it wouldn't actually look good if I dyed my real hair that color. Wait, what was I doing? I forgot what I was doing. I think I'm gonna go in my storage and look for foliage. What's the item with the cards? I think it's called Card Tower, Jules. Thinking about it for one of your builds, Jules. Does KK Slider do a Muse cover? That reminds me, I've been meaning to add some of the KK Slider covers to my playlist. I think they're pretty funny. What's like the best? Can we listen to Hey Ya like real quick? I love Hey Ya. I'm on a big like Outkast kick right now. Listening to this music from my youth here. It like makes me emotional too. This music is just like, it really hits hard for me because I remember it from when I was little. Those days are gone. It's such a like happy song. I love it. Can't believe it's been that long, but I'm doing good. I'm getting ready for bed because I'm an old lady and already tired. Oh, I feel you, Kim. I'm like a night owl doomed to morning shifts. It sucks. Do you have to get up early, Kim, or do you just like going to bed early? Ooh, I want these stacked barrels. Do I already have those? I think I already have those. Oh yeah, it was a skin. It's got like stickers on it. It's not as good as the real thing though. Sorry, KK Slider. There should be one of I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. I guess it would be hard to replicate with KK Slider's voice. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. I am for real. I love that song. So good. What am I looking for? Getting too distracted by the song. Looking for foliage. Can't believe this song will be 20 years old next year. I know. I guess what hit me is that there are people like kind of seen as bona fide like adults. They're like 20 years old and they like don't know about this, or maybe they do. Is this song still like in a lot of movies and stuff? Like is it played a lot on the radio and movies? I don't know. I don't really hear it too much. I was like recently kind of reminded of Outkast. I'm definitely a nighttime person, but my job has me up early. Good on you for having self-control then, Kim. I've honestly, like, I've struggled a lot lately with, like, bedtime procrastination, and it's almost like this self-destructive behavior where, like, I know it's bad for me, but I, like, stay up late anyways because I don't want to go to work the next day, which makes me feel like such a child, like... But I know if I go to bed now, that the next time I'm conscious, I'll have to go to work, so I'm just gonna, like, stay up and then be tired and miserable the next day. Super big brain energy. The opposite, actually. Small brain energy. Oh, thanks for the dancing hype. I have no self-control. It's gotten to the point where I'm extra exhausted, which is why I'm in bed now. Oh yeah, it's almost like a cycle, isn't it, Kim? You have the days where because you're tired, you sleep a lot, and then the days that you're rested, you like stay up late again because you can. I hope some of you know about the cycle I'm talking about. I'd really like to make it a goal to, you know, go to bed early as a habit. Just takes more self-control, like we've been saying. I wonder if I've got enough foliage to be getting on with, or if I should just keep taking stuff out. My gut tells me I should scroll through everything, or at least sort it by time and like see what's at the top. I think that's where all my good stuff is. I don't really know this song too well. Foster the People, Pump Up Kicks or whatever. But yeah, I guess we can go back to my normal playlist. Ooh, the tires. Yeah, I definitely want to use the tires somewhere. These are like green tires. What the heck? I'm the same way. It's hard for me to go to bed early, even though I know I need to be up at 5 a.m. Geez, you have to get up similar to when I have to get up, Katie. Yeah, it's way too early, isn't it? I remember playing this in Pep Band. Blasting out Pep Band music on sax was the best. Wait, what is Pep Band? Not just self-control, but your body has to get used to it too, which takes time. It's hard to fall asleep at 10 when you're used to sleeping at 1. True, your body gets like accustomed to things. And you can get out of whack too. But yeah, all the good vibes and self-control for us to get better with our sleeping habits. I know it's a common vice for a lot of people, and then for some people it's not. Some people have no problems with it, and for a lot of us and a lot of people out there though, it is a vice and an issue. Gotta have a nut lamp. Oh, hi Fallen VRS, welcome in. How are you today? We're working on a campsite build. Thanks for wandering in. How's your Tuesday going? Oh, my kitty Dusty is back, but she's not like on the bed. She's on a chair. Let me know if y'all want me to adjust the cat cam for her to like at least be able to see her on the chair. Okay, this is interesting. I don't know how to go about this. Maybe I should focus on trees first and then other forms of like plants in front of the trees. That's usually how I go about my layering. Like I focus on like trees first and then furniture second. Circling back to the color thing, I think you would look gorgeous with a gingery red balayage. I've never heard of that. I know you're the hairstylist though, so I trust your opinion. Let me look that up. I really want a flower stand. I feel like I had trouble finding it in my storage just now. I really want one. I'll go find one. So pep band music is the music that plays during sporting events. We would play at basketball games. And during halftime. Final countdown. Oh my god, I know. The final countdown is so hilarious with how cheesy and just relatable it is during sporting events. It's often what they play when like they're announcing the players, right? Like at 6'4". Bob John, I don't know. How about it's playing the final countdown in the background? Thank you. Thanks for asking. Yeah, my day's been pretty good. I had a decent work day, and a stream day is always fun and good, and I have tomorrow off, so can't complain too much. Oh, I can only fit one flower stand in my pockets. Let's drop some things. Why am I carrying around bells? The final countdown always makes me think of the show Arrested Development. Oh, really? It's like a meme song. Oh, beige red. I'm looking at pictures of it. It looks like more of like a purplish red than I was thinking of. I was thinking of like a bright fiery orange. Google Images as far as hair inspo is so dangerous though, and you just know that probably the results are harder to achieve than what you see on Google. Alright, yeah, more flower stands. At 6'4", Bob John. I felt like so much pressure coming up with a name on the fly there. I was like, oh no. There was a time when I was blasting the only saxophone there. So they mic'd me up, just blasting Eye of the Tiger. Dude, Eye of the Tiger is hilarious. I have so much love for these memey, hilarious, like, absolute cheeseball songs like that. Eye of the Tiger. I think basically that Journey song is one too. I know a lot of people unironically like it. I mean, I kind of do. I kind of unironically like Don't Stop Believin', but it's totally like a memey, like everyone sing it together song. One time at work, my job, we play the radio on while we're stalking. And Don't Stop Believin' came on, and just like multiple people were like screaming it comedically, like as the lyrics were going, like, just a country boy. You know, like, I did a terrible job imitating it, but you know, just like screaming those silly lyrics. Alright, what do you think, Melba? You like it? I think I should focus on the trees first, but my pockets are full of items now. Okay, well, let's just drop them. Ooh. Thank you, Shy. I can actually see that. I might save that as a reference. It's kind of a nice picture there. Similar hair color as me. Born and raised in South Detroit. Why is my like voice breaking here? I'm so sorry. You still have the tint from Blathers? Yeah, it's purposeful. Isn't it the best vibe for my little campground here? I guess I'm being kind of cheaty and not donating to poor Blathers. He's gonna be stuck with his tent forever. Look at poor Melba trying to reach me, having to run around like 10 million things. Poor girl. I need your help. You're more skilled than I am, so I have a favor to ask you. Melba, I disagree. Can you catch me a seahorse? That's asking a lot of me, Melba. Have you seen me fishing ever? Like, does this look like something that's up my alley? Oh, man. Should I say yes and then probably just, like, inevitably forget about this in 5 minutes? I guess I will. Maybe I'll fish tonight. I don't know. Allie, thank you so much for the follow. It's nice to meet you. And welcome in. I really appreciate it. Looking up hair inspiration pictures with clients is one of my favorite parts of my consultation process. Ooh. I feel like I got into that when I was little, and then it would never like come out like the picture, so it almost turned me off from that. Now I almost like show my hairstylist like past pictures of me. Like I'll bring up a selfie and be like, "Do this." You gotta do it for Melba. You can always pick one up from my spicy switch if you need to. A spicy seahorse for Melba. Honestly, it probably wouldn't ruin her house, because the seahorse, I think, come in these like special containers. They aren't in the ugly tanks. I think they're in like these little small round ones. You and Melba match. Aw. Fitting that we should match, being besties. I don't really like my new outfit. I changed my outfit my last stream, and I'm not really a fan. I don't like this plaid dress. I regret this. Alright, are my pockets empty enough for some trees, chat? Is this good enough? I think it is. I just want to clear a bit of space for some trees. Spicy horse. Oh, great puns, Senna. These puns come so natural to Senna. Honestly, there's like a few different like pun masters on the stream. I can think of more than one. It's not just Senna. I think Ginger is also Ginger is also a culprit of the puns. Gonna have to have a pun competition one day. It's a thing or talent with the stylist, being able to communicate how the inspiration will translate to your head, because everyone's different. Yeah, I can see that. It sort of reminds me of like an art commission or something, like being able, to be honest, I think with an art commission, it's important for the commissioner to clearly communicate what they want. But it also helps for whoever is doing the work to also have a way of sort of picking up on what the client wants and being able to communicate about, okay, well, this is what I'm thinking and it's how I can bring your vision to life. I want you as my hairstylist, Shy. You sound like you're really good. You sound really thoughtful. Alright, I really have no idea where to start planting these trees, I'll be honest. I guess I'll just start throwing them down, see how they look. One of my friends from grad school is very punny. We're a bad influence on each other. Do you get lots of groans and moans from your puns? I feel like that's such a common like response to when people do the puns. Oh, come on. I think I do like what that tree adds. I think I should be a little careful though. I don't want to do so many trees that you can't see the fence anymore. I definitely want to be a little careful of that, but I think I should add a few here and there. And then like maybe behind the fence, I can have something rising up in the background, either like mountains, or I could do some urban core like signs. I don't know. Depends on where I want this baseball field to be, I guess. I need some more fruit to move trees around. Time to grind some Nook Miles out so I can get more tickets for tomorrow's Islander hunt. Oh yeah, Weber. Time to say goodbye to Weber, so you have to find a new villager. Didn't you say that you were gonna try to hunt for Bob? If it doesn't end up being Bob, I at least hope you find a good lazy that you like a lot and that's perfect for your island. You don't want to live in Oklahoma? Why? Give me the dirt on Oklahoma. Okay, you don't have to. Someone asked me how I like living in my state once, and I was just like, well, you know, it was so awkward. I think it was my boss actually asked me recently how I liked it. Because she came from somewhere else. She came from California. With puns, some laugh, some groan, some boo. Getting all of those responses is a sign it was a good one. I feel like I'm just impressed. I don't know. I don't know if that's like a separate reaction, but I'm always just like, good one, you know? What about those electric poles? Ooh, that's a good idea. I don't know if I'm ready to work on the background of it yet. I feel like I should get the foreground finished first, but you're making me want to drop one back there just so like I remember to put one back there. Ah, this New Leaf song makes me nostalgic. Oklahoma is basically baby Texas. Oh, you have Bob? Oh. Who do you want? Catsup? You mean ketchup? The worst weather. Don't y'all get some tornadoes down in Oklahoma, or am I making that up? I have to move my own ground storage. These bushes were basically just like ground storage, and now I have to move them because they're in the way. Oh no, stay safe, Shy. I used to be so frightened of tornadoes as a kid. It was like kind of my worst fear. I think I've talked about that before. Okay, let's get rid of these last few bushes, and I guess I better keep trying to figure out like where the trees are gonna go in this build, and then I can play around with the furniture. Oh, thank you for the stay safe wishes for Shy. It's early season, so they'll probably be little and scattered, so nothing to fret over. That's good. Yeah, where I live, sometimes we worry about hurricanes, but the way it tends to go, at least where I live, further down the coast it might be a different story, but where I live, everyone panics and like buys all the milk and bread, and then it just turns into rain by the time it gets here. It's like legit just rain. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out, do I like those two cedars? They are right next to each other, so maybe I don't like that aspect of the two cedars. We have a fire watch here in Texas. Oh, everyone stay safe. I think it might rain Thursday here. Thanks, weather app. I never actually like watch the weather. I just use phones and stuff. Why is it always milk and bread? What are you gonna do with all that milk if the power goes out? I don't know. It's really weird. Like the toilet paper during COVID? Like what the... I need a psychology book. I need to understand why people do the things that they do. I mean, it started to affect all of us though, because at a certain point you just couldn't get toilet paper, so that just made everything worse. It's that like, well, you know, I guess you need to get it now because it's like sold out. So now you have to become one of the panickers. Anyway, I'm just reminiscing about something that I shouldn't. Glad that those days are behind us. Move forward. Okay, I think I like those cedars well enough, like far enough apart to vibe. Do y'all like the apple tree, or should I don't know. I should at least look at the apple tree for other alternatives. Excuse me, Shino. Excuse me, Shino. What do you want from me? I thought you were supposed to get up when I run at you like this. Ugh, okay, well, am I gonna have to go around, Shino? Shino hates me. Alright, I'm gonna unequip my stuff. Maybe that's what's causing it. Girl. Am I about to have to get a vaulting pole up in here? Okay. We're moving the box. Alright, quick solution. You like the apple tree? I'm gonna try a teenage tree. Because there is like this, I don't know, it might make the tent next to it look bigger. It might improve visibility. We'll see. Shino cares not for your errand. I love the like Lord of the Rings grammar used there, Senna. Talking like Boromir or something. Alright, I don't know if I like the teenager tree. Why did I do this, chat? Okay, let's just get the apple tree back. I liked it. Maybe the campground can eat the apples. Maybe that's one of the ways that they sustain themselves. Apples make you think of fall. Yeah, the season of apple cider. I have 5 extra cans of chickpeas from when I was stocking up in 2020. That's so funny. Random cans. Oh man. I think I have some like 1-ply toilet paper. Like, I was concerned that I would run out. So I bought like 1-ply and I was like, nope, not using this. What am I doing back here? I guess now that we've agreed that we like the apple, I guess I know Shino, can you let me live? Shino. What is she doing? Oh. I can't believe this. Are you gonna make me call like Rossetti or something? Like, what do you want from me? This game is glitched. Finally, okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Took you long enough. Okay, just like lay on the hammock, Shino. Just lay on the hammock. Swear to God. Whatever. Concentrate. Concentrate. What were you doing before Shino chose chaos and obstruction? Yeah, let's try some bushes and stuff back there. What are you... Thank you. Please stay there, Shino. I will pay you like $10 just to stay there, please. Can you give Shino a gentle bop with your shovel? I don't know. I think I can whack her with a net if I need to. If I need to whip out the big Animal Crossing guns here. Shino giving me the side eye. She's back on the ground. At least it let me walk through this time. You have random cans as well, Danny. What are your random cans? Glad we can all bond over our early cringy decisions in 2020. Alright, quick. Better run back there while she's on the hammock. Kappa. She is pretty. She needs to make up her mind what she's doing, though. The most fickle villager I've ever seen. Should there be a tall item behind this tree? Because if I put anything back here, you probably won't be able to see it. I don't really know what to do, though. I'm not that big-brained. Yeah, I don't know. So maybe I'll just put a random plant back here. Oh, do you have the Bob emote, Bizzle? Can't keep track of my emote slots anymore. I had them the same way for a long time, and then I got partner, and now I don't know what's a bit emote and what's a sub emote. I plan on re-looking at everything once the new emotes are done by Panda. But yeah, that one used to be like a bits emote. I don't know what it is now. Should I do the shuffler right here? Where did my shuffler go? I think Shino's having like a crisis over here. Like Shino's having a moment. Like I don't know what she's doing. She needs help. I might have to reset my game. She doesn't want me to landscape over there. I guess we'll pick a different area. We'll let Shino do whatever she's doing over there. Figure herself out. And we'll try to tackle this area. We'll leave her to her devices. So you had some cans of chili, olives, and black beans left over, Danny. Yeah, I bought some stuff like that too. Oh, you think I should have some cube light action around here? Ooh, I like that tree there, I think. Just like cozily on the edge of your vision. Animal Crossing telling us to party on this fine Tuesday night at 10 p.m. Hope you all are boogieing. I have such boomer energy sometimes. It's not healthy for someone my age to have such boomer energy. I should take one of those like mind quizzes or something. Like, how old are you really? One time I think when I was like 15, I took one of those quizzes. It was like, you're 40 years old. Do I need any other trees? I don't want to hide the fence too much, but I do like the idea of more trees. The dilemma. Maybe like a red tree up in here, maybe like a teenager one. I had some... Did you see how it was red? Oh, but now it's hiding that other tree. It's okay. Maybe we could move the other tree. I still have some cans of chicken. Oh, I love everyone hoarding these cans. Maybe they'll come in handy. I felt kind of like self-conscious about like this post-apocalyptic town a bit. Like, I don't know. I just feel like I picked a weird time to pick this theme. Will it let me plant a tree right here? Why not? Oh, come on. I took one of those quizzes when I was 14 or 15 too, and I got a similar result. Yeah, I don't know how you get your actual age on a quiz like that. Like, what do they want to actually get your age? Oh, does that hide the fence too much? Why am I so obsessed with like seeing the fence? Maybe that actually still looks good and can still see enough of the fence from other angles. Yeah, that's probably fine. Adds that like foliage and pop of color. I'm just really hoping for this area. I feel like it's not like very impressive right now and doesn't look good. My impression that I'd like to give off, I just really want it to feel lived in and immersive, and I'm trying to reach that point. You know, like you've just like wandered into this campsite. This is where people live. And I want it to have like this cozy, like late afternoon, golden hour, fires roasting and people lounging and doing their various tasks that they do in the campground atmosphere and vibe. So it's not necessarily supposed to be a pretty build in the same way like an elegant core build would be or whatever. But I just want it to feel very real and lifelike, and I don't know if my furniture arranging abilities are up to par. I'm looking for simple panels. I thought I had a few back there. I need like 2 more. Maybe I'll just forget about it, but it's bothering me. Let me see if I have a few more. Oh, thank you, Shy. Thanks for the feedback on the foliage and the fence. Alright, are we way back in the D's, or is this sorted by type? Big brain energy, sorting by alphabetical when I'm on the stalls, so it'll take me to the simple panels. Just a few short scrolls away. Right? Maybe not? Oh, did I scroll the wrong way? I love the campsite feel. It definitely has an awesome vibe. Oh, thank you, Shy. Yeah, I hope it comes across and has enough appeal to keep. Oh, and I already have my craft station ready for me. I like how Melba's being in our company, hanging out with us, and not being a nuisance like Shino is over there. Melba showing how to be a true supportive neighbor. Not standing in my path of decorating. Where did that fence pattern go? I can't really tell if this fence is supposed to be with gray simple panels or white simple panels. Can any of you tell me what you think it goes with? Like, this is a white simple panel, just for reference. I feel like it might be supposed to go with the white one, but I have gray ones over there. Guess I'll fix that later. I think like weeds will also really help with bringing this area together. Maybe not even like fully grown weeds, but just like those sort of miniature ones, the half-grown weeds. Don't want to get like too busy. Alright, so let's plug up this hole. And I wonder if I should also have a fencing to like border the town hall. That might be smart. Oh, come on. That's not what I wanted. Whoa, that's really trippy. Why is the tree like going through the simple panel? I wonder if you could ever use that to your advantage. Like maybe you actually like that effect. It looks kind of creepy to me though. Okay, so I'm liking the warmth that the foliage is giving off so far. I wonder if I should have any closer trees, or if... Yeah, that would probably start to get too crowded. And maybe back here I should mostly just have weeds near the fence so that I don't cover up the fence too much. And I think I'm just gonna cover the whole back wall. I think that'll look cute to just sort of have a line of weeds in the back. Glowing weeds were such a gift. I totally agree. Sometimes I wish I could do this with regular weeds though. It makes me kind of salty we don't have this power with regular weeds. Like, why? Why tease us with the capability and then don't go all the way through? Ah, yes. I love seeing those weeds in the background. Nothing like some background weed. Trying to look for other foliage opportunities. I'm seeing one next to the cedar tree here. Shino! Do any of your villagers do this? It feels like they're broken. Like, what is the programming? They just like sit on the hammock, get up, like... In general, they've done a good job with the villagers in this game. Sometimes they act kind of weird. Is there enough room for like a pine tree back here? No? Okay. Of course not. Of course not. How about a giant vine? Does that even look good? Oh, hey, Dale! Still trucking along, trying to. How was your session with your husband? Ooh, do y'all like the giant vine or not? I don't think I do. I think it looks a little too like Jack's beanstalk back there. Invisible man! Oh, it's good to see you. How are you today? Sheena was like, oh, you coming over here? Let me sit down on the ground again. Yeah, she really is. She's trolling me. It's always my least favorite villager who does that. Who's your least favorite villager? Okay, let's try the hedges to sort of... Oh, will it still let me plant the flower stand here? Or is it because it's a 1.5 item it won't fit anymore, please? Oh, it's because the simple panels. The simple panels are a half space item, so that was able to fit. But does it look good? I think it looks alright. Does sort of like block the fence a bit in that one spot, but might add a nice pop of color in the background, which is what the goal is. Well, we played after the first half was playable, and the playable download amount is just the tutorial, much to our disappointment. So tomorrow we'll actually play the game. Oh no! I'm so sorry, Dale. I hope it was a nice tutorial though. This space is filling out. Oh, thank you, I think. Do you think it's filling out too much? Am I doing too cluttercore, Dale? Us cluttercore aficionados have to rein in our cluttercore sometimes. Yeah, I think I like that, like... Or do I? I wish you could throw rugs down on the ground in this area without using precious codes. Yeah, I don't know if I can afford codes. Let me try something other than the flower stand. I know the flower stand was hype, but it's just so bulky. Maybe a Forsythia would be better. No such thing. Cluttercore is supreme. Yeah, every now and then I see like minimalist core or like just like self-restraint with items, and I'm like, could never do that, but it looks pretty good. Not a trait I possess, minimalism. With my real space too, like with my actual room and in Animal Crossing. Yeah, I really like the Forsythia. Okay, the Forsythia like has just the right little pop of yellow, I think. While also letting you see the fence quite a bit. I just don't really know if I like the holly. I'm so damn picky. I need to chill. Who was this picky? I like the Forsythia, but I don't like the holly bush. I hope there are other people out there as picky as me. I need to feel validated. Oh, and by the way, I think you can actually throw codes, or I think you can throw rugs on the ground with a spicy switch. I just don't really want to get that glitchy and sketchy like in my real town. I like using the spicy switch just to like obtain items. I don't like to be all sketch with the hacking I get up to. Just a personal preference. Sometimes it can be cool to see what people do with the hacking though. I saw something cool earlier today where people put items underwater. Like there was, you know, of course, water terraforming, and someone put like items underneath it, and you could kind of like see it submerged. It was sort of cool. Oh, okay, yeah, I like that more subtle bush. See, the subtle differences make all the difference sometimes. Oh, I'm having fun with this area. This is my favorite time of day for it too. I admire people that do empty space well. For me, it's cluttered or nothing. Yeah, same. I consider it a bit of a flaw, but at the same time, I've had a lot of people tell me they like my clutter core, so I'll try to embrace it. Maybe you could try some minimalism and Happy Home Paradise or something, like as an exercise. Shino. Okay, I'm glad you let me walk by this time. What am I doing? Why am I over here? Oh yeah, I wanna replace that tall weed with a red lily. I did that with wind turbines in the water to make an offshore wind farm, but the blades wouldn't go over the water all the way, so I trashed it. That's so sad, Bruschetta. Is there no way? I feel like maybe if you were super like high tech, which that's no shade by the way, but maybe you could figure out a way to like put the wind turbines on top of something, like a table. I don't know, something to look into. You should like ask about that on a forum or something, like a hacking forum. Can I put a wind turbine on top of a table underwater? I don't know. Reminds me of New Leaf hacks. Yeah, the New Leaf hacks were so classic. It was also the discourse got kind of exhausting though. I got a little tired of people being like, is your town hacked? There's too many hack towns everywhere. My favorite Animal Crossing discourse that people argue about is like town flower and town fruit. I think it's so funny to like watch people diss various like perfectly innocent flowers and fruit. Like, oh man, I just hate windflowers. People get so heated about it. I think it's funny. I want so badly to put items underwater. That would look amazing for my swamp island. Ooh, I've seen someone do that actually. Y'all, look at this. I'm done. I'm done with her. She is on the list. She's on my shit list. Stop. Okay, so the red lily is gonna be next to the apple tree. What else should I put back there? Maybe like a lantern? Lantern core? I don't know what to put back there. Help. Gotta do what makes you happy. True. I feel like when I try minimalism, it looks incomplete. Maybe we just need to have more confidence in our minimalism, Dale. Maybe that's the secret. We just need to be like more secure in our minimalism. The only other alternative is too advanced for me. It would be to make the turbine model larger in modeling software. Ooh, maybe you could like commission someone to do that one day. Yeah, I've seen some really like trippy models. I haven't seen as much of it lately though, maybe because the Animal Crossing hype could be dying down a little bit. I don't know, I see a little bit less like crazy modding type stuff than I used to. Maybe I'm not looking in the right places. I'm looking for a lantern, if you're wondering why I'm scrolling. I don't know if I have one though. I sorely underestimated the amount of lanterns I would need. Maybe I'll steal one. To strike a balance. Oh, Lee! We have your island tour to do. Okay, Lee, do you wanna do it now? I'm so sorry. I can be the worst. Why did that remind you? You've been chatting this. Why did that remind me? You've been chatting this whole time. All of a sudden I see. I think it was because you mentioned your island. I think that's what it was. You talked about your island, and I was like, wait. I should go and head over to my house and do your tour. I'm so sorry. Why haven't you been yelling at me? You're too nice. Or did you forget about it too? Did you check your beach? Shy. Why do I feel like Shy is like making fun of my organizational habits? No, I'm just kidding. They know me too well. Yeah, I really like the lantern. I think that looks awesome there. I'm gonna swing by my beach to check to see if I have any more. And then we're gonna swing over to my house and go on a tour of Lee's island. Lee has an urban core island, I think, unless your theme has changed. Has it changed or? Alright, no lanterns. Remember this build? Oh, good times. No, I appreciate it, Shy. I like the fun silliness. Man, I'm still kind of sad about that one area like glitching out on me. Maybe I'll just sort of run by here on my way to my house and just check to see if it's still doing that. Also, I need a toilet. I've got a single apple in my belly. Maybe I'll just like pick up a tree and drop it. Waste of a good apple, but oh well. Yeah, it's still glitching out. This is gonna be like my crisis of the next few days. Trying to get it so it doesn't glitch out anymore. And yet sometimes like it works for you. Maybe I should just feel comfortable that like it works sometimes when you walk all the way up. Yeah, when you walk all the way up and pan up, sometimes it works. It didn't do this before. Get to see the train station build in the sunset. Yeah, a forest pleases right, Shy. But I know I'm not alone with that sort of pop-out problem. I've seen it in some other overfilled islands. Okay, I've still got Lee's island name and dream address and info copy and pasted, so maybe I'll go ahead and update my stream title to say like a community dream address. I feel like my titles are always weird when I change them for a dream, but it'll make sense for anyone seeing me not working in Fawn Hollow right now. So this is the information from Lee. I had to completely redo the island since the motherboard on my old Switch got fried. You'll notice a common theme to my old island, but also some new builds. I still need to work on a few things like the beaches, but most of it's done. And I do remember well what Lee's theme was in the past. It was themed around like kind of a highway, like there were like lots of signs from real stores and real retail, real dining, gas stations, like, you know, the logos and things that you would actually see like McDonald's. And yeah, just very urban, but I'm curious to see what the new one looks like. And that's so tragic that your old Switch got fried on the motherboard. I'm really sorry that happened to you. I would be devastated, I guess, if that happened to Bywater. The only small comfort I have is I do sort of have a backup of Bywater. My backup isn't totally modern though. Basically, I did a backup of Bywater before the 2.0 update, and now I don't know if I can do a backup anymore. It's really confusing because the Switch that is spicy has been updated to 2.0, so now I don't know if it's safe to transfer my Bywater save over to this spicy Switch that's updated to 2.0 without it updating. Anyway, I don't know if I'm making any sense. Oh, I'll stop talking. New Horizons 5 AM is your fave. Oh, it's a classic. And thanks for that follow. Welcome in to the tour we're about to do. Dream and compile with Fort Mill. That would be so scary to have a fried Switch. Yeah. Motivating me to want to save backups of everything. If you copied it over to a spicy Switch, at least you could get a sneak peek of what it would look like post 2.0 update. Yeah. I just don't know what that would do with my patterns and my character, Katie. Aren't the Animal Crossing characters sort of weirdly specific to like the Switch. So like if I tried to play as that character on the spicy Switch, it might get mad at me. Like, wait, do you want to reconnect your Nintendo account? Like, wow, this looks stunning so far. I'm gonna check out these presents laid out for us. Look at these urban codes complete with, I think these are like parking meters or something, like 3 to 5 p.m. parking. Oh, this is totally foreign to me. I don't live like in a city bustling enough for these like parking meter things. I always found it a bit of an oppressive part of city life, as I can't park anywhere. Oh, it can look like we're ready for the prom. This is totally like 6th grade style right here. I might even leave the Converse just for that extra like counterculture middle school dance vibe. Yeah, I'm gonna take the crown off. Leave my hat on maybe. Just look extra punk. Love it. I wish I could say I spent a lot of time and money on this, but Treasure Islands. No, you're valid. I think everyone does. So here's the Ables. Got lots of fashions displayed out front. I find this item really weird. I don't know what this is. I've never seen it before. It always weirds me out when I just randomly see an item that I'm unfamiliar with like that. Doing a great job of setting up the urban atmosphere with all these parking spots, and we got ourselves a Citgo. Eerily lifelike. It even has the sort of format of a gas station with like the pumps in 2 rows and the kind of square-like nature of it. Who's your villager living here? Oh, you have lots of villagers. Do you have like a special house you want me to tour, or let me know like how much I should go into the interiors. Let's just get lost on the island. I always get anxiety about which way to walk around, but let's just get lost in the city. Is this a car dealership? This looks like a car dealership. The cars weird you out. Yeah, it doesn't really look like Animal Crossing, does it? I get a kick out of them too. Like, hey, look at my sweet new ride. Your work is done, Senna. The Shino shenanigans have officially been documented. A saga in 5 clips. Thank you. Oh, that'll be cute. Maybe I can make a little compilation of it and put it on Instagram or something. That's really helpful, Senna. Thank you. Oh man, the median plants? That is such big brain. Well, especially in suburban areas, it's really common, like the medians have like these random plants in them. Parking lots and stuff like that too. My old boss at Costco, he used to always like complain, you know, we're always out of parking and stuff, and the city makes us like use a certain amount of the parking lot for plants, and you know, I've tried to like call them and yell at them, and it just sort of like, I don't know, almost blew my mind that like, I guess a Costco manager is powerful enough to like call the city and complain about something like requirements for parking lot plants. I don't know. The world is wild. Wow, I love the atmosphere here. Look at the lighthouse in the distance and these lights on in the cars. It's so atmospheric. Something about this is really capturing an IRL vibe of just being at a beach walk at night and hearing the sounds and the smells and seeing the ocean at night. I've always felt like the ocean, whenever I go to the ocean anyway, when you go to the ocean at like an odd time, like not in the daytime, it's almost like eerie to me. Like, I guess I typically only went there as growing up, like when it was daytime, and the ocean at night and in the early morning was so weird and quiet. Oh, look at this. Is this an outdoor restaurant? Whoa. Yeah, I have to say, Lee, I'm very impressed. I remember what your old island was, and I think you've really like outdone yourself. I think you've done an amazing job. It's really atmospheric. So I'm really sorry that that happened to your old island, but you did a great job recreating it and making it better. I guess you did have all the 2.0 stuff now. That probably helped, right? Didn't have these cars before, did you? We had those freaking like car bed things. Remember those? Do y'all have a favorite car in Animal Crossing? Which one's your fave? That's a great idea with the gas prices. Yeah, Lee, do you update the gas prices periodically? This is so urban and cool. What did the gas prices say? Oh, you want me to go back to the gas station? The Citgo. Is that even how you say Citgo? Is it Kitgo? I don't know. Oh, was it 1.75 a gallon? Thank you, Frog. I guess I don't have to go back there. I'm sure we'll see it again as we walk around, but... Done nothing with the villager houses. Oh, thanks for the heads up. Maybe we should go in this Quality Inn. Look at the pool. I used to get so psyched about going to hotel pools when I was little. Like, Mom, does it have a pool? Nice car dealership, yeah. And Cassinator. Oh, thank you. Sending positive healing vibes back to you too. Thanks for dropping by. So here's clearly the lobby of the hotel. It's better have a breakfast section after all our breakfast talk, Lee. If you discriminated against breakfast because you don't like breakfast. Yep, I don't see a breakfast area yet. Maybe it gets delivered to the room. Call the front office and they bring you up a pie. Math fans at this hotel. Anyone can call the city and complain about whatever they want. That's the beauty about being a citizen. Oh, I guess I never knew that. I've heard a lot about like call your Congress people, and then what happens is like the intern or something picks up and they're just like yeah. I'm sure it does something though. Have you all ever done that? Like called a congressperson? I probably should for activism related things. This island has given me vibes of when I go down to the Gulf Coast in the summer. Yeah, it really is atmospheric. And good night, Kappa. Thank you for being here. Loved having you here and our chit chats. Hope you have a great night. Love how every inn room is just like a little bit different. And it all has that cheesy art on the wall. I get a kick out of that. As an art history fan and an art fan in general, like, I just die at like the random art. And they pick like the same one for every room. It's so creepy. It's like art in... I can't think of the word because I can't think, but you know what I'm saying? It's just like duplicated over and over. Art in mass production. Oh, finally, we found the breakfast. We found it. Perfect. This is exactly like a hotel breakfast. What do you all get at the hotel breakfast? What's on the menu? I get like the apple juice from the like little machine that you press. I usually get a yogurt. And then people are always hogging the frickin' waffle machine. You can never get a waffle. There's always like a line for the waffle machine. You can never get one. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of hotel breakfasts. I said Citgo, right? Ah, that's good. Eerily close to Costco. We have these like automated self-checkout machines, and they pronounce Costco in those funniest ways. Thank you for shopping at Costco. Like they pronounce it so funny. I just randomly thought of that. Ooh, this is the master suite, the master bedroom. They always have like a desk at all these hotel rooms, and I never use it, but I guess it's for business people to put their laptop, business trips and stuff. Really captured the hotel vibes. Yeah, I think my favorite was the breakfast room. Thank you for the follow. You like hotel breakfast more than IHOP, Lee? You were wrong. Lee likes hotel breakfast more than IHOP. It's just because they're free, that's all. You call your congressman a lot, Shy? Forgot about simple panels after the 2.0 update? Ouch. Can't forget about the simple panel. My whole job is in influencing public policy, so I do that kind of stuff every day. I run working groups of experts who sit around and decide what type of comments to send to different branches of the government in order to push offshore wind through permitting, construction, and making it a reality. Wow, sounds kind of intimidating. I guess you get used to dealing with the government and your local officials and pleading your case and everything. I would be so scared. Maybe not to like, I don't know. Certain congressmen, maybe I wouldn't be too intimidated to yell at. I guess I should say congressperson. Why do I keep saying that? Is this one also an inn, Lee? I mean, I'm definitely getting like... Is it like the community center or something? So at a hotel breakfast, Lee gets bagels and whatever meat they have. Yeah, that's not bad. When I first got really sick with my chronic illness and had to go to the doctors and hospitals all the time, I started sharing on my Facebook doctor's office art, where I rated the TJ Maxx art, generic art that was in most offices. Yeah, I mean, I feel like at doctor's offices they always go with like abstract art, like it's like just like, you know, like the blobs. And okay, I shouldn't diss abstract art like that. Abstract art is valid, but you're craving hotel breakfast, GPV? How could you after all our IHOP talk? You can tell I'm just like really simping for IHOP in comparison to hotel breakfasts, and how could I not? Oh, I love this like prom room. Please don't make me think about like my 8th grade dance. I've thought about that enough lately with all the year 2K radio that my work plays. Like, oh no. Not like Milkshake to the Yard and To the Wall and stuff like this. All these like cheesy pop songs from my youth that I probably shouldn't have heard at that age. I feel like an imposter all the time, but I'm working on that. But it's still like a little scary to you. Well, I'm proud of you for doing it. It does sound intimidating to these ears, so good job for standing up for renewable energy and making a difference in that way. That's so cool, Bruschetta. So here's a wedding venue. Every city, especially like a coastal town like this, has got to have a wedding venue. Does it look out over the ocean? I don't think Lee wants me to go back there. I was gonna see if they had like an ocean view in the back. So that was the conference or convention center that we were just at. You know how when you go to an anime con, sometimes they have other events going on at the same time? Yeah. Yeah. I've been to a local convention center for an anime convention a few times. Oh, is this like a garden shop? Perfect for right next to the wedding venue. Of course, makes sense. And I don't know if this might be a little utilitarian just to have all the different fruits, but got an orchard back there. Ooh, and some construction work. This is very creative to have this tucked away on an empty lot back here. Do I spy an arcade up on the upper levels? Did I miss that? I hated my 8th grade dance. I didn't go to like every single school dance, but I did venture to it in 8th grade. Wore this like black sparkly dress and had an emo haircut. Good times. What is this one? Should we try to guess? Like go into the first room and like guess what it is. Lee, don't spoil it yet. Not gonna lie, it kind of looks like another hotel because it has a pool. Maybe this is just like a rich person. I don't know. Let's wait. The amusement park is going through some expansion, hence the construction equipment. Yeah, I saw someone do a really aesthetic construction area on Tumblr, and it kind of blew me away because in some ways it's like going out of your way to design something that looks like it's not done. It was really weird. I don't know. It kind of tripped me out a second. But I guess it's just like with anything. Like right now I'm trying to build an island in a dilapidated old fashion, like it's in the apocalypse. So you can design anything, even very realistic construction sites. One time I went to an anime con that had a Jewish con going on at the same time. Wasn't a good idea. Yeah, now that you say that, I remember there were protesters at the anime convention I was at. I was just like, why? What? I don't know. The amusement park is going through some expansion. Oh, sorry, I already read that. This is random and off topic, but do y'all remember that video of the boy on his local news wearing face paint and saying, "I like turtles"? It lives rent-free in my head, and I just thought of it again outside of the blue. No, I actually, I remember a different one of a similar energy, though. Can we like look back at a Vine? Man, I love Vines. I'm thinking about incorporating some into my alerts.
It could benefit this booth and a lot of the booths around the area because they have a full weekend, then a day, and then the 4th of July. Here's like an actual customer out here. What's the best kind of firework to buy?
Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy?
Where are your parents? Kid's sketchy. Back to you guys.
You got to look out for feral children this time of year.
You didn't?
I love that. I haven't seen this Turtles one y'all were talking about. I'm missing out. I haven't seen the Turtles one. Hey, Marcella! Welcome in. How are you? Well, it's good to see you. I hope everything's going well. Marcella's been really busy with her job and also preparing for like a family visit. Ooh, got the sketchy basement. Sketchy basement energy. A lot of the kids were making fun of the cosplayers and the adults were confused. Oh, thank you, Marcella. You have to Google it? What, do I Google like kid who likes turtles? Okay. I'll look for it. We should have like a night in Discord where we just like watch Vines together or something. Kid who likes turtles. I don't know. I'm getting mixed results. Can someone link me? Is it like creepy makeup? I don't know. I see this like zombie kid. Is it zombie kid? Kelly. Yeah, I love that. I was thinking that. I saw that. Are we descending into chaos? I really want to watch that video now too. Alright, I'll try to watch the Turtles one too. I just don't know if it's right or not.
Have you ever had a dream that you had you could do so you want him to do you so much you could do anything?
Oh, he's so cute, isn't he? Oh, geez, the autoplay scares me.
What did you think about the ride?
It was great.
Alright, I did search for the kid who likes turtles. Is it this thing? Let me know if it's not this thing.
At the Waterfront Village with my friend the zombie, Jonathan. You're looking good. Jonathan just got an awesome face paint job. What do you think?
I like turtles.
All right, you're great zombie. And good times here at the Waterfront Village. Open for the next 11 days.
You're a great zombie. You gotta love like the way they have to handle these awkward moments as news reporters. Some of the best like random vines are like news reporters, aren't they? Have you all seen the one? And we probably just shouldn't keep watching them. But have you seen the one where like the chicken or some sort of like turkey, I think, attacks like a woman, or is it a goat? I think it's both. I mean, I think sometimes when these news reporters do reports on animals, they just start like going after them, and the news reporters start screaming. It's a good time. Oh, Bewitched! Oh, thank you so much for all your sweet lurks, and that's sweet of you to thank Crumpet for the gift sub. I'll try to pass along the thanks the next time I see Crumpet. She's really sweet. Wow, it's 3:50 a.m. in the UK and you're catching my stream. Burning the midnight oil or just up really early. What is this room? Oh my... This is like a freaking like driver's ed room. I'm triggered. I have to leave. I don't want to be 16 again taking the driver's ed test. How far away from a red light do you have to be before you start hitting on your brakes? I freaking hate that stuff. I miss Vine so much. Me too, Rhiannon. Maybe TikTok can have similar energy sometimes. Oh, look, geometry. Pythagorean theorem, I think. And hi, Cable Basil. Welcome in. How's it going tonight? You're doing good, Marcella? Just getting home? Oh, so late. No wonder we've been having trouble catching up lately, Marcella. They work you too hard. Oh, is this a jail? Nice job. Very realistic. Vine Night sounds amazing. Yeah, I'm such a Vine nerd, honestly. I've seen a lot of them. Oh, and hi, Hammy. Oh, I hope you're having a peaceful start to your week, too. How are you today, Hammy? Is this the library for the school? Very fitting. I'm kind of nostalgic for libraries. I haven't been to one in a while. You want him to do you so much you can do anything. I know, he's so adorable. Did I go in all the rooms? I feel like I did. Oh, I didn't mean to go downstairs again. Oh, did I miss one, Hammy? Oh, I don't know if I went to that room. Let me go down there again. I'm sorry. I thought I had already gone down here, but I saw some flashing lights. Take a number, and you can take the road test in 3 to 5 hours. My driving teacher was very scared. I was not very intuitive or good at it. I don't know. My driver's teacher was concerned. Oh, good night, Bruschetta. I'm loving the island too, and I love chatting with you about your offshore wind job and all the conversations we got up to today. Good night, and see you around Discord and next time. I love the driver's ed classroom. Yeah, it was very realistic. I definitely knew where I was. I specifically remember my driver's ed classroom. It was so cold. It's like my pet peeve when like places that you have to like stay at for extended periods of time just like blast the AC. My first job did that to me when I was training. I had to take like all these videos. I swear I was like suffering how cold I was. And then like on my break I went outside and it felt like, oh my god, I'm being healed. I don't know. That's what I remember about my driver's ed class. Super cold. Do y'all remember it? Do you remember taking yours, or is that a faded memory? I think this is sort of the residential area, which I actually think it's smart to squeeze them all together like this because it just leaves you more room for all the fancy builds elsewhere. I really like that, and you kind of made it like a community center, so where you like pan up, it like looks like one of those neighborhoods where all the homes are like 2 feet away from each other. I think my brother lives in a community like that where they have like a yard that's like 2 feet long or something. There's definitely ones out there like that. Cozy campground. Got anxiety and can't sleep. Oh, jeez. My heart goes out to you. Found your channel through Maury? Oh, I might see you in Maury's streams whenever I can. I really love Maury. I would probably not miss many of her streams if I could go to them more, but she streams in the morning and I work in the morning. It's so sad. So this is Public Services Municipal Building. I don't know how to say that word. Did I say it right? Municipal? I love how this is like super metal right here. I think if Lolita was still here, she would approve of all the metal energy. I feel like I want to like play KK Metal right now. Oh, that's the air check. Or that's the live version. We want the air check. Time zones suck. I don't work that much, but the schedule is pretty bad sometimes. Yeah, time zones do suck. Another favorite rent-free is I have the power of God and anime on my side. I have the power of God, anime on my side. Ah, he just like points the swords. It's the time of night where I have to turn off the light and don't want to get out of bed. Oh yeah, that happens to me too, GPV. I'll pour one out for you. I get so lazy. I'll like have the light on and be like laying in bed like, no, I don't want the light on. But I'm so lazy about getting up. Sometimes I'll just like cover my eyes and like roll over and fall asleep with the light on. Bad for the electricity. Oh look, some would say Daddy Apollo, but I try not to ever refer to villagers like that. It kind of skeeves me out, but I've heard some people like Apollo like that. Where else should I go, Lee? I feel like I missed some stuff. You missed a section. Go back to my main house, up the break in the fence. Okay, let me look at what your main house is. KK Disco, eh? So is your main house Lisa? I took driver's ed online. I'm so grateful. God, it was terrible, Rhiannon. Why wasn't I allowed to take it online? Okay, so there's a fence. Oh, I never think to do stuff like this. Is this why you left me a ladder? You should put like a handmade ladder right there in case someone doesn't pick up the ladder. Is this like a private garden? Apollo's your favorite, GPV? I didn't know that. Whoa. Oh, that's so cool. I love builds like this. The skyscrapers and the city signs and lights. Let me take away my webcam a second. Oh, isn't it cool? Oh, the moon is everything. The moon right there. I feel like I'm in Blade Runner or something. Cough, cough, Daddy Wolfgang, eh? Y'all are so silly. I refuse to engage when it comes to Animal Crossing villagers. Y'all are funny though. Yeah, it is $1 million view, Lee. Oh, thanks for the love and hype for that view. Looks like it was a lot of work to arrange everything. I mean, that's a forced perspective build if there ever was one. One more house too in the shopping area next to Abel's. Yeah, I think that's the one I skipped when I got intimidated because I saw how many houses you had. But it's been fun to go in the houses and be like, I don't know, reminded of driver's ed and other shenanigans. This was my favorite part of the island though, I think. Just for anyone who came in here a bit later, isn't this atmospheric as heck? Like this boardwalk leading up to an outdoor dining all by the ocean. There's something very like lifelike about it all. Great use of the peninsula and the lighthouse. And I think just the fact that it's nighttime with so many lit up items, even the cars are lit up, it's just really atmospheric. But we're trying to find the next area. I think this is like a... oh. I want to say it kind of reminds me of like an Asian market. This is the car dealership. And these are the gas prices for anyone who missed them. $1.75. I loved that. Felt very Miami Vice from that view. Like Vice City, the games. Fang is your favorite wolf baby. Oh, I've never really been super big on the wolf villagers. I think my favorite is Chief, though. I like Chief a lot. Is this KK Ballad? Apollo lives on your peninsula because you love him so much. Aw. Okay, we gotta figure out what this is. So... it looks like an electronics shop. It looks like a Radio Shack or something. Got these vintage TVs. What is this fossil? The older Animal Crossing games are pretty funny in this regard. Like if you ever play like Wild World, the fanciest TV in that game is really funny. It's like I don't know, the TV's improved as time got older with Animal Crossing. I think this is like a McDonald's in a mall or something. Yeah, this looks like a mall, like the plaza part of a mall. Oh, and this is the arcade room. Forever salty at arcade games and how difficult they are. Let's see which one we get from the slot machine. Does it let me pick or? Oh, okay. I don't know what that means. Whatever. Oh, like a pawn shop? That's a good idea. A pawn shop might be kind of fun to design in Animal Crossing. I feel like that shop had a lot of electronics in particular to be a pawn shop, but what if you tried to, I don't know, you know that pawn shop show? My dad used to watch it a lot. I forgot what it was called. Does anyone know that famous show about like a pawn shop? My dad watched a lot of shows like that. He watched a show like about like a motorcycle shop. I don't know, that one always bored me to death. And, like Mythbusters and stuff. It's like adult reality TV or something. This is a pretty like ice cream parlor, I think. Pawn Stars. Oh, thank you, Kelly. I remember one time, like an episode that stuck with me. I think someone was selling like a first gen Charizard or something. It's like a first gen like shiny Charizard. That was like my dream card when I was little. I really wanted a shiny Charizard. I think I also really wanted a shiny Vaporeon. I just really like the shiny cards. I didn't actually play the Pokemon card game. Ooh, this is a perfect target with the red and white color scheme of everything. That obnoxious like need to brand like every little thing down to the sewing machine and have that red and white scheme going. Very fitting. Target. Don't you love when like people call it like Target? And by love I mean I knew some people like that growing up. They'd be like, oh, let me go to Target. This definitely looks like a fast food sort of joint. Got the fryer back here, which kind of grosses me out. I don't know. I don't like to see that. It looks gross. Yeah, I'm gonna make it stop. Don't tell me that's how French fries are made. That looks so gross. I'll take the apple pie though, and the pizza. Get in, losers. We're going to Target. Hey, I know that line. Let's get in, loser. We're going shopping. My friend got arrested at Target when I was a teen. It was crazy. Oh man. I would ask what happened, but maybe that's a little personal. Oh, more Target stuff. I definitely know Target branding when I see it. All the red and white. I'm probably like trashing Target because it's a competitor with me, you know. Anywhere I missed, Lee? Anywhere I should head to before I go home, or did I see it all? Tarjay, the correct pronunciation. The only thing is the amusement park in the top left corner. I was looking at that. It looked like an arcade or something. How do I get to it? Oh, you said top northeast. That's like the top right corner. No, I don't know that quote, Dale. What is that quote from? Oh, okay, so when you're at the boardwalk, I missed this like little incline. It's almost hidden back here. Yeah, you go up the stairs and the amusement park overlooks the ocean. This makes me kind of sad. Whenever I went to the beach, I never went to the local like rinky-dink amusement parks that had like the Ferris wheels and stuff. I guess my family growing up, like when we went to the beach, we just went to the beach, and if we went to an amusement park, we would go to like Six Flags or something fancier. So we never went to these like rinky-dink ones by the beach. But they always looked cozy from a distance, you know, seeing the Ferris wheel and whatnot. It's been so long since I guess I've been to the beach on a normal trip. I'm not a big beach person. One thing I remember, it felt like they did fireworks like every night. I found it weird. Like, what are you celebrating? It must be annoying if you just like live there and there's like fireworks every night. Well, thank you so much for submitting your island, Jolie. This was very immersive and fun, and I think you did a great job making your island even better than it was before. I guess you did have some help from the 2.0 update, thank God. Must have been a hassle to get all these cars. Quite the treasure island hopping you had to do. Alright, I guess I'll wake up now. Okay. I was trying to go to a scenic spot to go ahead and power off here. Who shops at all those big warehouse stores? I get all my groceries at Target. You're probably overpaying. I've like gone there to their book department before. Like I've gone to the Target book department and they have like freaking shelves and stuff, and they just like put the books on shelves. I'm like, why does Costco make me put it on a table? Don't they know how hard it is? Like, I have to like restack that whole table. Give me like mountains of books to like spread out over a table. It's so inefficient. Give me like a freaking shelf. I guess then I honestly wouldn't have to spend as much time there though, so I guess it's job security that they want it on a table. It's a pretty like kind of late hour now. A misty pink and purple and blue sunset over Fawn Hollow. And CJ is still here and we still have not said a word to him. He's one of the shunned special visitors. I'm glad you liked the island, and thanks again for submitting it. We just did the beach and that's it. Then again, the area we went to didn't have an amusement park. Yeah, some of my favorite beaches growing up, I really liked Virginia Beach for some reason. I don't know why, I liked it a lot. Another beach, of course, that I went to some was Wrightsville Beach. Sheena is still here. Sheena is using my campgrounds. What are you doing, girl? You need to go home, Sheena. Had enough of you today. I'm gonna hyper focus on these weeds now. Get out of bed. I gotta examine this weed over here. The quote is one of Kristen Wiig's characters on SNL. She's a Target employee and it's ridiculous. Oh, that sounds really funny. I love retail humor. I guess this area is kind of atmospheric to see at nighttime, isn't it? I guess this is the hour when like things are actually like lit up and you can see like the museum tent lit up and things. That's why I considered having the campground over by the main camping area, is because the tent does light up in a pretty way at night. But I plan on setting the dream address to like around 4 p.m. or so. Oh, can I sit with you, Shino? Okay, I forgive you. Just let me sit with you, get a nice picture. I guess I should boot up the camera app and then sit down. Better not move, Shino. Oh. Okay, she is back on my shit list. She's back on it. Wouldn't even let me take a picture sitting down next to her. Who knew, man? Beloved Shino would just be such a flop on the side. No, I'm just kidding. She's been funny. So I can imagine like a fence being right here to block off the town hall. And then just like maybe more foliage back here. Maybe I shouldn't go too crazy. But it is overgrown after all, so maybe I can go a little crazy. Shino just training for the next big game. Amy's request to Costco. I would like a library, please. I want shelves. You know what they also need? They need clothing racks. I'm tired of like laying out these bathing suits on tables as well. Give us clothing racks. Okay, I need to calm down. I could get like fired probably. Don't tell anybody. Between us. Upgrade from a book table to a book tower. Get out the ladder now. Sometimes it'd be like that. My new managers don't really like the table to be that tall, but sometimes I've had to make it absurdly tall to get all the books to fit in the past. Can you all explain this? Why isn't it letting me go any closer? What is going on with this museum? Like, what are the dimensions of this thing? I guess this whole space is like reserved by this one fence. It looks so weird like that. I've only been to Virginia Beach once, but for some reason it really stuck with me. Yeah, what is it about Virginia Beach that we like so much? I don't know, I really liked it. Do y'all have a favorite like beach location you've been to? Because I know like if you go to certain places the water is like especially clear and I don't know. I guess a lot of people's favorite beaches would be places like the Bahamas and the Caribbean. Maybe that's not a bad spot for the flower stand. Kind of like peek around the tree. Oh, your boardwalk is inspired by Virginia Beach. Maybe that's why I liked it so much. This area looks great. Oh, thank you, Marcella. Do you want to see some of my other areas? Yeah, maybe we can take a walk around to see what Fawn Hollow looks like at night. I don't really play it this time of day a lot. Should we see what Shino is up to now? She has been quite the character this stream. Oh no, I'm trapped. Always trapping myself. Dale! Thank you for keeping my secret, y'all. About my work complaints. Dale's favorite beach is St. Pete Beach forever. I'm biased because it's my other home. Oh, that's cool to hear. I haven't heard of that beach. Where I live in San Diego, the beaches are pretty perfect. Our sand is speckled with gold, and the cliffs along the ocean are breathtaking. Sand is speckled with gold. How so? Are you being poetic, or is it like really pretty sand? Yeah, Shino's been causing problems all day. This seems to be her spot. I need to like create a fence here against Shino. You're not allowed in this spot anymore. Revoked privileges. Oh, thank you, Bushloft. I think it's been auto-playing some stuff on YouTube. Welcome in. Thanks for dropping by. I hope you're having a cozy, I almost said Sunday. Cozy Tuesday. So this is the river of time at night. I don't know, I think it looks better at sunset. We're gonna walk around and see what areas look like at nighttime. Come on, Melba, you'll let me sit down next to you, right? Because you're not like Shino. Yeah, Melba lets me. I love her, she's the best. Melba gets me. Oh, she's so cute. I love her. She's like my Animal Crossing. I don't know, she's like my Animal Crossing pet or something. My pet koala on all my islands. Virginia Beach was a one-off trip for us. Our usual family vacation spot was Beaufort, South Carolina, which is halfway between Charleston and Savannah. Oh, you had a usual family vacation spot? Yeah, my family kind of did that a lot too. We went to the beach a lot because I live in a coastal state. This area looks kind of cool at night, doesn't it? Our sand actually has shiny gold in it? That's weird. I want to see it, Kelly. And Senna, thank you so much for all your clips of the Shino shenanigans. The way that I said Shino shenanigans without even looking at your clip title, I swear. We both thought of it, Senna. Oh, thank you. Dang, I love this time of day. Oh, thanks so much for the follow. You need to make a custom sign that has Shino's face and a cancel sign. That reminds me of our like potato emote discussion earlier. A potato like crossed out. Shino has earned that privilege as well. So Dale's favorite beach is on the Tampa Bay Peninsula in St. Petersburg, Florida, on the Gulf Coast of Florida. My favorite city in Florida. Beautiful brick roads, historic sites, just stunning, and the water and beaches are beautiful. Ah, brick roads, that's definitely really cozy. Cozier than just plain old... what do you call like what brick roads are, or what regular roads are? Asphalt, I think. Ah, this area looks cool at night. I like it. I like all the glowy stuff. I approve of the glowy. Yeah, I agree. I had those glasses with a Melba cosplay I did once. I should post my Melba cosplay on the Force Fam section of Discord. Yes, Melba could never be on the shit list for anything. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. I have been emo about one thing though, Bushloft. This is really, really sad to me. You see the pop out that happens as you walk over to this build? This build was possibly one of my favorites of all time, and I feel like I have to rethink it all because there's like this weird pop out that happens now. It's like the game is overloaded. I gotta like, it's gonna take a while. I think I'm gonna have to really, for a long time, just play around with what causes it to overload. Because I remember at the beginning of stream, it wasn't doing this. And then I started decorating, and then it started doing it. Gotta figure out like what was the turning point to where it started doing the pop out stuff. We own a vacation home there, so no rentals or hotels for our vacations. It allows us to stay for 2 to 3 weeks at a time. Ah, that's cool to own a vacation home there. Did you ever get nervous about like storms and flooding and hurricanes and things like that? I'll find a picture of our sand and post it to Discord. I would appreciate that, Kelly. Maybe it's sand that even Anakin Skywalker could approve of. Oh, and hi, Kaser. I'm sorry if I said your name wrong. Oh, that's such a cute dog emote. Welcome in. And Dale, what's your song request? Didn't notice it until you pointed it out? Wait, you mean the pop out that was happening? I think it's pretty noticeable. I'm pretty sad. The left side of the train station looks amazing at night. Yeah, it does have a cool vibe. Skyrim Ancient Stones. Yeah, this was a good discovery by you. I guess it's not a discovery by you. It was a good discovery for me from you. YouTube already shows it as having been listened to with the red bar at the bottom because of our past song request. How cute. Funny story, the year we bought the place was when Hurricane Hugo blasted through Charleston. We were scared we lost the place right after we bought it, but fortunately it missed your place. Oh, that's good to hear. Nervous part of having like a beach house. Do you still have it, Lee, or did you sell it eventually? I feel like I'm hearing some like past tense. I don't know if I really like that rock. But in general, my game plan, I want there to be just enough foliage to feel like a little bit private in this closed off baseball field, and I think having the right amount of like plants in the background will help with that. It is getting pretty late though, and I'm sure a lot of you all are getting sleepy. Why can't I put a decayed tree here? This is such bull. The pop out, I don't think it's that noticeable. People aren't even going to be looking at that. Oh, I think it's so noticeable, Dale. It breaks my heart. But I feel you in the sense that I can at least still get a scenic picture of that spot. It's not like the pop out is so bad right now that I can't get a clear shot of the build. I mean, I definitely can, but it flickers in and out as you're walking up to it, which I don't like. But thanks for the encouragement. I hope I can get something figured out with that area. Still own the property, but replace the original home with a newer, larger one. It also sits up from the ground because of flooding risk. Oh, that's so cool you still own it. And good night, everyone. Thanks so much for watching. I guess I was thinking about... Oh, Nimley! Oh, hey, friend. 17 months. Thank you so much for all your support and friendship, Nimley, and being such a sweet presence here. I think with my memories recently for the 2-year anniversary, I went back and looked at pictures of our first Wi-Fi together. Remember that? You want me to pull up those shots while we're both here? Oh, and thanks for all the love and hype and chat for that sweet 17-month resub from Nimley. Such a long time. I can't thank you enough. Yeah, let me get a little nerdy here with some recollection. Yeah, it was early on in my first visits to other islands. So, these are some other people from the community, but if we scroll down, at least I think it was this post. Dang, I was really hopping around, wasn't I? Scrolled through like 10 islands. But yeah, this is early Valinor, Nimley's island. Look at us. I'm wearing a freaking blue hoodie. What the heck am I wearing? I can't like get over the fact that like all these screenshots I'm wearing this crappy blue hoodie. Like, who am I? Nimley looks all adorable over here and I'm like just chilling out in my hoodie dress or something. But yeah, a really cute house at first and our Frodo conversation for Frodo. Because Nimley was going to make a Frodo character. Good times. Oh, thanks for getting the shout out for Nimley. And good night, everybody. Oh, thanks so much for watching, and thanks for the hype and love. Appreciate you all hanging out with me today, and I think I'll probably stream later in the week, maybe Thursday, and I'll keep in touch on Discord in the meantime, and yeah, hopefully Sheena will leave us alone the next time I try to work on this area. I'm glad she's enjoying it so much, though. I mean, she's vibing by this campsite. Good night, everyone. Oh, good night, Rihanna and Senna, Nimley, Lee. Good night, Cheeseburglar and H. Bizzle. Good night, Hammy. Good night, Senna, Marcella. Oh, it was great to see you again. Bye, everyone.